Check, check, check. What's up, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's good to see you guys. Hello from Florida. Hey, Curly. Hope you're doing well. Hope you survived all the crazy catastrophes going on down there. What a shit show. It's good to see you, Nicolette. Haven't seen you in a hot minute. Hope you're doing well. That's good. I know you never know what's going to happen with those things. I'm actually originally from Northwest Florida, born and raised in Pensacola, so super super familiar with all of the hurricane fun. Just waiting a few minutes for a few other people to jump on. But basically, what I'm going to be doing tonight is I'm going to be recording a collective reading, and then I'm going to be going into the free reading. So it's up to you guys if you guys want to stick around for the collective reading that I'm recording, which I will be reposting on my channel probably tomorrow. So I'm going to record that, and then as soon as I'm finished with the collective reading, I'm going to be doing free readings. So it'll be a little bit different because I don't have a lot of time tonight. So tonight will be a little bit more it'll be a little bit more like speed readings for me. And so for those of you who, if you've been here before, you guys typically know that I take my time, which is just my style of doing tarot reads. But tonight I will be going through them much more quickly, which I don't know. You guys are probably excited. Probably be more excited about that than not, because I get through it quicker. So it's it's just one of those balances of like quantity over quality, I guess, right? And so I'm a quality guy. But anyway, all that to say, if you guys want to come back in 20 minutes, you can, or you can just hang out and watch the collective reading. It's totally up to you. And then immediately following that, I will make a list, and then I'll probably be here for at least 2 hours. So 12 or 1 Eastern time. It's about 10:15 Eastern time now. So I plan on being here for at least probably 2 hours. That should go by pretty quick. So anyways, just giving you guys a heads up what to expect so you can decide if you want to hang or not. But with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and jump into my collective reading, get that knocked out, and then I'll be here to do personal readings for the rest of the night, or at least for the next 2 hours. First, I got to find some music. It's actually starting to feel like fall where I am. I'm in Northwest Georgia, and the temperatures are slowly but surely starting to feel a little bit more like fall, which is my favorite time of the year. I like the colder weather typically more than the hot weather. Got plenty of hot weather growing up as a kid in Florida. This is so hard. What? I need something. What's calling my name right now? Let's just let's do this. All right. What's up, everybody? Welcome to Human Innovation Tarot. My name is Eddie with Imagine Life Development Center, and I'm going to be doing a 1010 Portal collective reading. If you're new to my channel, I greatly appreciate if you would like, share, comment, subscribe, all of the things. And we are going to jump in. And this reading is going to be a little bit different. So for those of you that are not aware or whatever you follow, whatever you don't follow. So the 1010 portal this year is going to be a little bit different. We have, for those of you who follow astrology, we have Pluto, which is moving back into Aquarius. Pluto is what's known as a generational planet. It only transits or moves through the signs once every about 250 years. So, there'll be 2 or 3 generations after us before Pluto moves into Gemini. Wait, not Gemini. Aquarius. I guess it's Aries, right? No. Pisces. How can I get my zodiac straight? Anyways. Should be Pisces. Aquarius, Pisces. Yeah. So it'll move into Pisces, and then it'll be there for 250 years, and then it'll move into Aries. So anyways. So we have Pluto moving into Aquarius, which is why we're experiencing a lot of the crazy stuff that we're experiencing right now in the world. We also have Jupiter that just went retrograde in Capricorn. There's just a lot of things going on right now. Okay. A lot of intense energy. So what is the point of, or the purpose of this collective reading is to set the tone of what to expect the rest of the year. Okay. So that's what we're going to be looking at. So this reading essentially will give you a snapshot of what you can expect between now and the end of 2024 and kind of going into 2025. So let's just kind of jump in and see what comes out. All right, so we have the first card out is we have Libra, which is funny. We're in Libra season currently. So happy birthday to all the Libras out there. Your energy is on the table. So if you are a Libra or you have Libra placements in your astrological chart, there is a message here for you. We also have the 10th house. So pay attention to your 10th house. Doesn't matter what your sign is. Just pay attention to anything in your 10th house. Anything. And then we have Chiron. So pay attention to where the planet Chiron shows up in your chart as well, especially if it shows up in the 10th house or if it is aspecting Libra in one way or another. Okay, so this is just to give you an idea. If you're familiar with your astrology, your personal astrology chart, then this this reading may resonate with you. So it's just confirmation. And then at the bottom of the deck, we have Pisces. Okay, so if you're a Pisces or you have Pisces placements, that information could be relevant for you. All right, so now we're going to just kind of jump into whatever basically wants to come out. So this could apply to love. This could apply to career. This could apply to any part of your life. I have no idea what's going to come out. It's just whatever comes out. All right. So as always, I feel like this is pretty self-explanatory, but for some of you, it may not be. I don't know. But obviously, take what resonates for you. If any part of this reading doesn't resonate for you, it's fine. It just means that this particular reading is not your reading. But there's probably going to be something in here that will. So, you may want to stick around for the entirety of the whole thing if you feel like it. So, and we're just getting started here, but I'm going to try to go through this quickly, but in a what's the word I want to use? I want to make sure that I get you guys the information that you need to know, but I don't want to camp out on any one element for too long, because I have a sense that there's a lot of information that your higher self, your spirit, your guides, God, source, universe, whatever you believe in, wants to get to you, because we're actually in a very important time right now. So first of all, we have the seventh chakra, which is the crown chakra. Okay, so we're starting off here. The number 41 may be significant to you. For those of you that pay attention to that. So the crown chakra is basically where we get all of our downloads, basically, right? It's when our crown chakra is open, then we're open to receiving communication from our higher selves, the universe, the collective, whatever you believe in here. So some of you have a spiritual calling on your life, whether you realize it or not. And your whole life has been leading and guiding you up to this moment in time that seems very chaotic. It may seem a little bit like a shit show. If you're like me, I'm only 43 years old. And looking back over the timeline of my life, I can see with clarity that my entire life has been leading me and guiding me to this weird, bizarre Twilight Zone moment that we're all living in here, called the year 2024, right? And I think anybody that has any level of conscious awareness, like, unless you're just completely clueless, you're completely distracted, like, I'm talking like you're completely shut down, turned off, you have no spiritual awareness whatsoever. Like, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to realize that the world that we live in now, in this moment today, is very, very different than even just a few years ago, right? Like, I would say starting at like 2020 to where we are now, it's like, I what's the word? It's almost like we have gone into this like hyper, I don't know, like almost like a hyper, this like we get sucked into some type of like portal or something. I don't even know how to describe it, where it's like the world that we knew, or the one that I was aware of, the one that I grew up in, the one that seemed like, just a normal world, if we want to call it that, That world no longer exists. And we've been sucked into this weird Twilight Zone. I don't know, like a Bermuda Triangle or some weird shit that we're stuck into now, where it's almost comical if it wasn't real. You know what I mean? It's like every day there's this new crazy bizarre thing that's really real, but it's almost comical. And so anyways, all that to say is that if you understand what I'm saying, even despite my inability to articulate it very well, then this is you. This reading is for you because you have a calling on your life. Your whole life has been leading you up to this pivotal moment in time because, you incarnated for such a time as this. You have a purpose to fulfill something. You have a spiritual gift, a talent, a calling, a destiny, whatever word you want to use. And the universe is now trying to awaken you to the fullness of the path and the journey and the destiny that you incarnated here for. That's what this 7th chakra card is all about. And so if you're somebody who's been listening to other readings, other people, talking about whatever portal it is, we had the 8-8 portal, we have this portal, we have that portal, all these portals, right? Which, if we take the woo-woo out of it, we take the spiritual bullshit out of it, and we just look at it in a practical, rational way, and that's not to diminish the spiritual component of it, but, sometimes spirituality hijacks things and over-spiritualizes them in a way where if you lean too much on that side of the pendulum, then it's disempowering. It's not useful information, right? So that's how I filter all information through my own spiritual awareness. Is like, is this empowering me? Is it beneficial to me? Is it helping me? Am I becoming a better person as a result of this information in my life? Or is it keeping me powerless? Does it, make me a victim? Does it co-sign my own victimness, my own powerlessness, my own my own patterns, or my refusal to stand up or step up or become the person I need to become to have the life that I feel inside of me that I incarnated to experience? Because if you're not willing to take personal responsibility or personal accountability for your existence, the reason that you incarnated, then you are a powerless person, right? And so if we strip away all the bullshit, it boils down to two things. Are you a powerful person, which to me is true spirituality? You are a spirit functioning in this reality. That's what spirituality is. How aware are you of your spirit's reality in this false matrix existence? You're in a playground. You're in a computer program, a simulation. You are a spirit inside of an avatar here to have a bunch of experiences. But are you utilizing those experiences? Are you maximizing your power to get the experiences that you incarnated to have, right? Are you owning your power, or are you giving your power away to forces outside of yourself, whether that's love, career, money, materialism, capitalism, all of those types of things, right? Like, in my experience, until people go through their own personal spiritual awakening, we have a tendency to remain in powerlessness. And we're raised that way. We're raised to depend on our parents. We're raised to depend on our guardians, our authorities. Listen to your teachers when you're in school. Listen to your boss when you go to work. You have to follow the rules, the laws, the government. Like, we're taught that, money comes from outside of you. Love comes from outside of you. Acceptance comes from outside of you. Your self-worth is given to you by others. It's not generated from within you. You don't determine your own self-worth. You don't determine whether you are good enough for you. You determine whether you're good enough based on whether people think you're good enough for them. Right? And so there's all this there's these backwards paradigms and this backwards thinking that we go through as spiritual beings having a physical experience. So that's what spirituality is, right? It's knowing that you are a spiritual being having a physical experience, but it goes a step further. It's knowing what your calling is, what your responsibility is as the spiritual being having the physical experience, because you didn't just incarnate here to have a Partridge Family, white picket fence existence. If you're watching this reading, I can guarantee you, if you're here and you're listening to me and you haven't clicked off this, you haven't gone off to go do something else, if you're still listening to me give you this reading, then you're not, you're not a young soul that incarnated here just to experience what it's like to be in this reality. And some people have, and that's okay. There are people who have incarnated here with the soul, the purpose of their existence is to just be in this matrix and experience it for what it is. They came here to have a job. They came here to know what it's like to be in a physical body. They incarnated here to know what it's like to, be a parent, to have a house and just enjoy the five senses, right? Those are younger souls, right? But those of you who are older souls, you have a calling, a spiritual calling, and you're being called now because the time is now, because of what we've incarnated to do. And what I've realized is there's a lot more people in the spiritual community, if you want to call it that are becoming aware of the fact that, holy shit, I have a calling on my life, and there's something more to my existence than what I thought. And the last 4 years have really awakened that within me, from 2020 till now. So this weird, bizarre Twilight Zone existence that we're all going through is not a coincidence. It's part of the experience that is meant to serve as a collective awakening. So that's what this card stands for. All that to say that this card stands for collective awakening, collective experience, you waking up, you realizing that you have a calling, you have a purpose beyond the ordinary average human being. Okay. Now, what is it? Where does that lead us? That leads us here. Because that infiltrates all areas of our life, great or small, right? On the macro, the microcosmic level and the macrocosmic level. So we have door to personal healing and happiness. So many of you, myself included, have been going through a drought, right? And so there's a season, a drought, where life, your desires, your fulfillment, and the life that you've desired to maybe manifest or create has not been your reality or the existence that you're having. And that's for many of us right now, right? So despite your spiritual knowledge, despite your best attempts, despite, all the things, it seems like no matter what you do, you have not been able to manifest or create the reality or the outcomes that you seek. Even though you're highly intuitive, you're very spiritual, you understand all the spiritual concepts inside and out. You know about the law of attraction. You know about manifestation. You've done these things in the past. You've served, all. This isn't new to you. You're not in kindergarten. You've mastered these things, or you've at the very least you have a lot of proficient experience in them. Things that you used to do in the past that worked for you, that got you a result, that got you an outcome, stopped working all of a sudden, or so it seems, right? And so, and the reason that is not because you've messed up or you're doing things incorrectly or you're doing things wrong. It's that there are times, so for example, for those of you that are familiar with the way that the tarot is laid out, right? You have the 22 major arcana, and then you have the 56 minor arcana, right? So we know that there are certain things in life that we can control and certain things in life that we can't control, right? And so we have been in this tunnel for the last 4 years, basically. We've been in this tunnel of a transition, basically. And when we've been in this tunnel, there are pockets, there are moments in which the things that we've done, the things that we've mastered, the things that we understand, the things that we've conquered will work. There are other times when they haven't worked. And that's on purpose because we need to be shown what is intended for the new era, the new, I don't know, the new world, the new Earth, the Pluto moving into Aquarius, for those who understand what that means. This whole new world that we're moving into, a whole new cycle, a whole new fractal, we're being shown what things we're supposed to be left behind because they're not intended to move into the future versus the things that we're meant to retain that are intended to go into the future. And so it takes a level of spiritual awareness to start to see, it's like, okay, well, if these things aren't working in my life, it's probably because they need to be left behind. It doesn't matter if it worked all for the last 20 years for you and you've been able to produce results with it again and again and again and again and again, right? It's just like technology and software. You know, if, I don't know, if one of the major companies, you know, forces a new software update, you know, if they force it to roll out to everybody and you have an old device that's not using the new software update, then that device doesn't work the same anymore. Well, you can get pissed off about it all you want, but the people that are forcing you to update, whether you want to or not, they don't care. It's like, hey, we're moving in this direction. We're forcing everybody to update and you have to come along with us or you can, your device isn't going to work anymore. Right? So essentially the same thing is happening in a collective or spiritual type of way. And so for those of us that are not resisting the collective change that we're all going through, then we have this to look forward to, right? The door to personal healing and happiness. Now, if you're resisting the changes that you may not entirely understand, and I'll be honest, I don't entirely understand them because we're not on the other side of them completely yet. We're still in the middle of these processes occurring and taking effect. So we're not going to completely understand them fully until we're on the far other side of them. But that doesn't mean that if you're tapped in and tuned in that you won't have a spiritual awareness of understanding that they're going to apply to you. Okay. So this door to personal happiness and healing is essentially the universe's way of reassuring you, giving you a level of reassurance that the way things have been currently are not the way that they're going to continue to be in the future. So if you've been struggling financially, romantically, whatever your struggles have been in the last 4 years, this card is here as a promise from the universe saying, look, I know this transitional period has been very difficult. And we're not completely on the other side of it yet, but if you can ride the storm out, no pun intended for those who have literally just rode any storms out, but if you can ride the storm out, there is healing and happiness on the other side of this. And then look, the next card out is we have the door to value. So if I were to relate these cards to cards within the tarot, this would be the 10 of Pentacles and the 10 of Cups. It's like you're getting, you know, all the things, your happiness, your fulfillment, your abundance, your wealth, your money. And then we have the World card here, which is similar to the World card in tarot, but it's essentially also saying that the world is your oyster, right? Like anything is possible for you now if you can embrace this spiritual reality, right? Spirituality, the word spiritual reality. If we break that into two words, spiritual reality, if you can embrace true spiritual reality, meaning that you are a spirit having a physical experience, or this is the reality in which your spirit came to experience, the spirit's reality in the 3D, right, in this dimension, as long as you can embrace what it is, during this period of time where you don't have a whole lot of control. There are things like we always get to choose and we're always in control of how we respond to things that are out of our control. That's free will. So it doesn't matter what happens to you. It doesn't matter if your legs get blown off. It doesn't matter if somebody dies. It doesn't matter if you wake up tomorrow and you're paralyzed. It doesn't matter if you wake up tomorrow with a cancer diagnosis. Whatever happens to you, right? And it's like, well, I didn't want this to happen to me. I don't feel like I deserve for this thing to happen to me. I didn't ask for this thing to happen to me, right? It doesn't matter what happens to you. You still get to control your response to those things that have occurred, right? That's your power. Your power is no matter what happens to me, I decide how I'm going to respond as a result of these things that are outside of my control. So the world card is reminding you of that. The world card here in this reading is essentially a reminder of you saying, hey, have you forgotten where your power is in the last 4 years? Because the last 4 years have been a shit show, right? And so it's easy to forget your spiritual capabilities, your spiritual powers, when your spiritual powers don't seem to be working the same way that they once did, right? Or things that you used to be able to do to get in a certain result, as I previously mentioned, are no longer working, right? And so you start to question yourself. You start to doubt yourself. You start to give your power away to things again. You lower the standard of who you are based on these experiences and factors outside of you, instead of leaning into them going, wait, just because things appear out of my ability, my scope, my power, and just because things are not going the way that I think they should be going right now, and just because we're living in this weird, bizarre Twilight Zone experience, doesn't mean that I have to change the core principles and philosophies of who I am as a spiritual being. In other words, I have to keep my power no matter what happens. As long as there's oxygen in my lungs, as long as that the spirit is inhabiting this avatar, I am here to exercise my power. And that's not control. That's not manipulation. That's not being an asshole. That's not being a narcissist. That's not being a tyrant or controlling other people. It's you controlling yourself. You having a power, authority, and control over you. I am the ruler of this. I am the leader and authority of my own life. It's my responsibility to use my free will in a way that empowers me. It's not my responsibility to use my free will to empower others, disempower others, or to allow myself to become a victim. Because if you fall into that trap, you're screwed. Which brings us to the Angel of Balance at the bottom of the deck, which is essentially in this deck's version of the Temperance card, right? So what does that mean? Well, it means that when you are tempered, temperance is really about you understanding what true power is. So there's a book by, I think it's Richard Dawkins or David Hawkins, some Hawkins, but it's called Power versus Force. And if you read his book, he talks about this. What is the difference between power versus force? Well, you standing in your power is a good thing. Force is something else. Force is fear. Force is self-preservation. Force is low vibrational, right? Low vibrational energy. Power is high vibrational. It's you stepping into your power and owning yourself as a spiritual being having a physical experience, all right? So, so that's the message on that front. So let's take a look at, let's take and see what these cards want to say. In addition. Okay, so a lot of you guys have been dealing with some type of conflict in your life here. I mean, again, this could apply to all parts of your life, you know, career, money, love. Now, we do have true love here as well. So love is being highlighted. I do have a few career cards that I will pull before I end this reading. And then we have Behind a Mask, and it came out in reverse. And then, yeah, at the bottom of the deck, we have Status Quo. So this is Yeah, this message is super crystal clear, and I'm not gonna repeat myself and waste time. But basically, for those of you who've been experiencing levels of conflict in your life, you're being asked to step back from the conflict and be reminded again of your power, because all conflict is an opportunity to review something in our lives that is there either because it's out of alignment to us or there's a lesson. In other words, it's an opportunity for our growth and expansion. We experience conflict because it's like, hey, you can't exist here at this level anymore. You need to grow, you need to expand, you need to go up to the next level. Or you're experiencing conflict because you're trying to stay put, you're trying to remain in a place that's comfortable for you, and the universe is saying, you've outgrown it, right? You can't stay here forever. Like a toddler can't stay in diapers forever, can't, drink from a bottle forever. Like eventually the 3-year-old that's in diapers is going to start growing up, whether it wants to or not. And it's going to learn to walk. It's got to learn to talk. It's got to learn to use the bathroom on its own. It's got to learn to evolve and grow as a creature, right? And so do we, but in a spiritual sense, right? So if whatever area of life that you're experiencing conflict in, the universe, God, source, universe, spirit, whatever you believe in, the message for you in this 1010 portal energy is for you to look at it through a new lens or a new type of awareness and identify where this conflict is. And you need to ask yourself one of two questions. Is this conflict the result of an area of my life that I'm refusing to evolve and grow and expand because I'm just wanting to stay in my comfort zone? This is what I know. It's certain. It's my comfort zone, and I don't want to, move outside my comfort zone here. Or the other side of conflict, is this conflict a lesson? Is there something that I need to learn here? This conflict is showing me something and I'm just misinterpreting it, because it's super easy to do. Anytime that we experience a negative feeling, a negative emotion, or we have a negative experience in life that creates a negative emotion within us, we have a tendency to go into our own self-preservation mode, and our ego kicks in, and then we become spiritually blind, meaning we stop evaluating or analyzing the situation or experience that we're having through the spiritual lens to really understand what the meaning and application of that experience is intended for our lives. In other words, how is this going to make me grow? How is this going to improve my life? How, what is the lesson here that I'm supposed to take away from this so that I can evolve, grow, expand, and move on and become a better version of myself? Or if you're going to use my terminology, I call it finding the treasure in the pile of shit. We're going through a season of shit. There's a pile of shit here, there's a pile of shit there, there's a pile of shit everywhere. But what we fail to realize is that inside that pile of shit that's gross, it's stinky, it's messy, it's disgusting, and nobody wants to, like when you take a shit, you flush the toilet. You don't, it's like we don't just leave shit literally just laying around. It's like it's a very particular process, right? Like when you take a crap, I mean, I'm being kind of disgusting right now, but this is the analogy that I'm being given. Right? It's a very specific situation. You go into the bathroom, you sit on the toilet, you do your business, and then you flush the turd, right? Like you dispose of the thing. Like you don't just, well, I got to go to the bathroom, so I'm going to take a shit in my bedroom or in my kitchen or on my floor or over here or over there. Like we're not animals. We don't just take a crap anywhere and everywhere just because we have the urge to take a crap. Right? There's a very specific process, right? Well, despite the grossness that we associate to the process of our body getting rid of waste, which is just a normal natural process, if you look at it, you take that concept and you apply the spiritual component to it, you understand that in all areas of life where there's pain, there's loss, betrayal, there's tragedy, there's uncertainty, there's challenges, there's obstacles, all the things that we don't like. any type of experience that you're having in your life, because you're a human being and you call that experience a negative or, I don't know, you categorize that experience as negative or undesirable, an undesirable experience. Any undesirable experience you have as a human being, there is a treasure in that experience. There's an opportunity for growth, for expansion, for learning, because you live in a dualistic reality that you cannot escape. We are all in a dualistic reality. You cannot have the good without having the bad. You cannot have the light without having the dark. That is the nature of all spirituality. And if you study mysticism or the occult or spirituality, and you go back and you look at the roots of this, that's what all this stuff comes from. All these things that you see when you look at if you're on YouTube and you watch tarot readings, you watch oracle readings, and you watch all these spiritual people using their cards, all this stuff. This is just the modernized version. And it's actually, in my opinion, a more superficial version of a much, much deeper and profound system of understanding that is not explained or hardly ever explained in modern spirituality or modern spiritual practices. People don't talk about where this came from, why it exists, right? Or the laws or the mechanics behind it that will actually give you power. Because if you had the power over your life and your existence, then you wouldn't be coming here to watch tarot readings 24/7. And that's not good for tarot business, right? Like if my life depends on you being a subscriber and coming and watching my videos 24/7, because you always need to know what's happening, because you're like, okay, what's going to happen next? What's going to happen next? Is my person going to come back? Is this going to happen? Am I going to get the job? All of that is powerlessness. And so what you end up doing is you give your power away to divination or psychics or tarot cards. You give your power away in these things because you feel powerless to create these outcomes. So you're just sitting around waiting and wondering, well, what's going to happen next? What's going to happen next? What's going to happen next? Instead of you owning your power and creating what's going to happen next. That's the difference, right? And that's how you can identify whether you are a powerless spiritual being that's giving your power away to, people that, you have to go watch a tarot reading 24/7 to figure out, well, what's going to happen next? What's going to happen next? What's going to happen next? Like, well, if you were creating your own reality, you wouldn't be worried about what's going to happen next. You would be too busy creating it. You would be taking responsibility for it. You would be stepping into your power that you've been given as a spiritual being, with gifts, talents, abilities, a purpose, and all these things. You would be walking in that power and creating your reality, not sitting around wondering what's going to happen, who's going to come back, all these kinds of things. Now, that's not to say that these cards do not have, or this art rather, the cards are just pictures, but the art of spirituality does not have a place or a use or a benefit, just like forecasting the weather, right? There's a benefit in knowing, hey, the weather's going to be bad tomorrow. Hey, it's going to be like this tomorrow. Weather forecasting has its benefits. Energetic forecasting through these mediums that we call cards is also beneficial, but only to the extent at which you haven't completely given your power away to it, right? So that's the conflict card, all right? The conflict card has to do with what areas in your life are you experiencing conflict, and are those conflicts empowering you or disempowering you, right? Are you learning a lesson? Or have you realized that maybe this conflict in your life is there to show you that you're no longer aligned with that thing? Person, place, thing, job, doesn't matter. So now we're moving on to true love. So the conflict could be related to love. It could be related to anything. But for those of you specifically and individually who have been wondering about your love life, wondering about partnership, love is on the way. Okay, but there is a secondary message, and this is the more important message. Again, goes back to you. Where's your power within your love life? Are you waiting for someone to come riding in to rescue you on the white horse? Are you waiting for a hero, a rescuer? Are you waiting for someone to come and prove to you that you're good enough and worthy enough and all of that? Or are you providing yourself with the love that you are, because you are the universe, you are God. God is love. There is nothing inside of you that isn't from the divine source that we call love. Now, we've watered it down. We've made it more superficial. We've humanized that term to make it mean a lot of things. We've disempowered it in a lot of ways, because in the English language, we have one word, which is called love. In other languages, they have multiple words with multiple meanings that describe the multifaceted layers of what love is. I mean, are we talking about superficial love, like I love ice cream, or are we talking about a supreme, divine, ultimate force and power, right? Like, well, in the English language, we don't have that ability. We just have the word love. And so it loses its power, in my opinion. So the true meaning here, and look, if you look at this card, you'll see this side of the card, we're looking at the back of this woman, right? But on here, we can see it's almost like she's looking in a mirror. There's like this weird portal, this vortex. There's this mirror, and she sees her reflection in the mirror. She sees herself. And to me, that's the tell-all. I mean, that's the definition of the card, is until you understand where you stand within the love, where you stand with the love that exists within you, then you're not going to understand or receive the love that you desire that could come from outside of you. Okay? And you might have to rewind to replay what I just said, to hear it, to really let that sink in. Because again, we do everything backwards. We want love, so we go outside of ourselves to find it, instead of going, wait a minute, that's the backwards way of doing it. We've been taught that's the way that we need to do it, because that's, how most of us were raised, to depend on our parents for love, depend on our parents for our worthiness, all of that kind of stuff. And then we grow up, and then, we rely upon we rely upon our friends to tell us, or our community, or our teachers at school, and then our boyfriends, our girlfriends, our husbands, and our wives. And then when we have children, we even project our desire for love and connection onto our children, right? We start to serve our children in such a way to where we want our children to now validate our goodness or our good enoughness as human beings, right? It's this crazy thing that we do if we're unconscious of it. And that's us giving our power away. That's us saying, hey, I don't have that within me, so I need to receive it from a source outside of me. And if I am dependent upon a source outside of me to receive it, I'm screwed, because I can only control me. And that's spirituality 101. Spirituality 101 is you are everything that you need. You are your authority. You are your provider. You are your protector. You are your need meter. Like like you are the source from which anything and everything that you need, you have all the source and all the things within you. That's why the very first card in tarot is the Magician card, right? As the Magician, you have all the tools and resources you need. You have everything already. And the card just before that, which is the Zero card, is the Fool. And the Fool is spirit. Now, a lot of tarot readers don't go deep into the meaning of that card, but that's what this Fool is. The Fool is spirit. It's infinite possibilities. It's nothingness. It is just pure spirit without form, which is why it's infinite possibilities, which is why it's the Fool. The Fool steps onto the path of its journey, knowing that it can do and be and become and create whatever it wants. That's why step one is coming into the form of the Magician. Before you can start out on your spiritual journey, or in this case, before you can live out or flesh out your experience as a spiritual being having a physical experience, you need to know what it is that you are. Because if you don't know what the fuck you are, then you're sure not going to know what you are meant to be in this life, right? And that's why there's so much confusion in the world. That's why we have an identity crisis. That's why there's even a reason or a need for what we call a spiritual awakening. You wouldn't need to have a spiritual awakening if there was no need to be awakened to something, right? So the very fact that we go through these things called awakenings is because there is something to awaken to, right? So this card, before we jump off into the information and knowledge that most people want to know about, is like, well, who's coming towards me? And is it the past person, a new love? Before we just jump straight into the scratching the itch of our desire, which is what most people do when they listen to a tarot reading. They look at you on YouTube. Maybe you're subscribed to your favorite readers, and then they post a reading with a certain title, and the title jumps out to you, like, oh my gosh. And so you want to click the reading because it's like somebody's going to come in, this new love person's coming back, or whatever the title is, and it pulls you in. Because you've been waiting. I've been waiting for this. I've been waiting for love to arrive. Well, what Spirit is saying is you're going to keep waiting because you're not learning the lesson. Hence the conflict card, right? Which I'm not going to go back and I'm not going to explain that. But you're going to keep waiting for true love until you learn the lesson. What is the lesson? The lesson is until you realize that you are the love that you need for you, and you embrace the love that you are, you will not find the love that you desire. Instead, what you will most likely attract are more failures, more betrayals, more losses, and more disappointments that are used as lessons and catalysts for you to then revert back to this step. In other words, you have to keep going back around the mountain and learn the same lesson again and again and again and again, because you're not learning the lesson here. You're not listening to the guy on YouTube that's trying to help you find your power versus everybody else who's just telling you that someone's going to come back and, this new lover is going to come in, this past lover is going to come in, and you get all excited and you're waiting for, the right person to either come back or the new person to come in to provide you something that you're meant to provide for yourself. Because if you're relying on somebody else outside of you to give it to you, then you are not in your spiritual power. You are in your spiritual poverty. You are a powerless person. You are not the magician. Spiritual people who understand and resonate with these types of messages, the intention of these types of messages are for people who resonate with a desire and an understanding of stepping into your spiritual power. It doesn't mean that you've done it. Doesn't mean that you've mastered it. Doesn't mean that you're good at it. It doesn't mean that you're accomplishing it. It just means that you understand it. You know that this is true. You're like, what this man is saying to me, and I don't care if you like me or my presentation or my style or not. I'm just the messenger. But you're here, you're listening, you're watching this. What this man is saying to me resonates with me on my spirit. And if you find yourself as one of those people, then that's what the message is. Because this isn't from me, this is through me. The message is coming through me, because these are just cards with words on them. Like, how much can you say? How much explanation can you give to a picture with some words on it? It's not me that's giving these explanations, and I'm certainly not using the book that came with these cards to explain them. That's why these cards come with books, because, otherwise they would just be pictures, they'd be artwork, right? With words on them. And people are like, well, what the hell does this mean? I don't know. Right? But when you transcend all of that and you leave yourself open to become a messenger, then you don't need a book. The cards carry their own messages as, your spirit, the power of your spirit operates through you. And we all have that ability. So here we are with the status quo in reverse. And this is actually a good thing. Oh, not status quo, behind the mask. Status quo is here. I'm sorry. So there's a twofold meaning in this card, in this message for you guys. So the first one is to become aware again of these other two energies here. Become aware of the things in your life that are not in alignment with you. Become aware of where you are giving your power, or what you're giving your power to, or where you're losing your power, where you're giving your power away to, right? Whatever, however you want to word that. Become aware of the fake shit in your life that you've tolerated, that you've not really looked at or acknowledge the way that you need to. Just being real with yourself, right? Are you being honest, true, and real with yourself? Are you looking at yourself and going, hey, there's some shit in my life that if I was being completely 100% honest with me, I'd have to call myself out on this and go, man, I know that I'm tolerating poor behavior. I know that I'm tolerating toxic relationships. I know that I'm tolerating ABC and XYZ in my life, and I need to stop tolerating it, right? So, in essence, the energy of behind the mask is a metaphor. Is you need to stop hiding behind the fake reality that you're hiding behind. You need to be true to yourself and stop, taking it up the butt, so to speak, from experiences and things in your life that are not in alignment with you. Like if something is not in alignment with you and your highest good, then why are you allowing it to exist in your life? And I get life is complex sometimes, right? Like, I don't know, let's say you have kids with a toxic ex. And it's like, well, I can't get rid of my toxic ex because I'm bound to him because we have kids together. Okay, I get it. There are certain things in life where you can't just completely remove certain people, situations, and circumstances out of your life. However, you always have the power to have boundaries and determine what level of access those things have with you, and the level of access or the power that you give those things to penetrate you, and the way that you allow those things to shape you as a human being, right? So again, like most people, for example, if they have a negative experience, instead of allowing the negative experiences they have to strengthen them into becoming a better human being, they allow those experiences to weaken them. So now they become the very types of people who abuse and hurt them. So the person who never wanted to be cheated on now becomes a cheater. The person who never wanted to be abused now becomes the abuser. You see what I'm saying? Pain, the pain that is projected or paid forward to other people, those people who become hurt start hurting other people. That's where we get the term hurt people. It's also the term healed people heal people. So the people who are doing all of the healing work, the spiritual healers, most of those people have a really effed up past. They have a traumatic past. They've gone through a lot of terrible things. It's just they didn't allow those negative things to define who they are or who they became. Whereas, unfortunately, most people don't do that. Most people get hurt and they allow those negative experiences to define them. And so the bitterness, the unforgiveness, the resentment, the rage, the anger, all of that stuff festers within them until they become the monsters, or they become like the monsters who once hurt them. And that's essentially what we know as a generational curse. It's not really a curse. It's not a magic spell. It's just a group of people who were hurt, and so they hurt somebody else, and then that person became a monster. They hurt somebody else, and then that person became a monster, and they hurt somebody else, and it keeps going and going and going and going until finally somebody in the history of that lineage or that generation stands up and says, no more. I am not going to become one of those. You can hurt me all you want to, but I will never become you. I'm not going to pay this forward. I'm going to heal from it. I'm going to take control of my own life, and I'm going to go a different direction. That's where the generational curses break. So, besides the point, the behind the mask, if you're being untrue to yourself, then the universe is going to continue to send you the same. You will get what you are. You will get what you attract. If you're being dishonest, you're being untrue to yourself, then the universe is going to continue to send you people that are untrue and unjust to you, right? But there's also a level of spiritual awareness here. There's a warning here. The universe is saying, hey, you need to become more aware than normal, because there is an abundance of fake people hiding things right now. So you need to become aware of people and their intentions during this time. All right. So it's a twofold message. Become aware of people's lies, deception, deceit, betrayal, but become aware of your own lies, deception, deceit, and betrayal. And for some of you, going back to the crown chakra card and your spiritual journey, your spiritual calling, for some of you, it's time to take the mask off. For some of you, it's time to come out of the closet. For some of you who, all this woo-woo spiritual stuff and tarot readings and tarot cards, it's like, that's something that you hide from people. That's what you do. Nobody else knows about you, right? Like, you're not public about this part of yourself, but it's a passion of yours. It's something that you're very passionate about. You're drawn to, right? And the universe is calling you out and saying, hey, I know it's really scary, but it's time for you to come out of the closet. It's your coming out party. It's time for you to come out of the closet and embrace who you really are, because now is your time. Like, you literally incarnated and you're literally alive right now, and your whole life has led you up to this point for you to take your spiritual mask off and to step out into the world and start using your spiritual gifts and talents more publicly, because that's the time that we're entering. Pluto moving into Aquarius is a whole new time with a whole new world. It's a whole new paradigm, and the people aren't ready for it. If anything that the last 4 years have shown us, between 2020 and present, if anything has been made apparent to us all, it's that the general population, the unawakened population, is not ready for this shit. Hence why you, me, and all of us are here. We are the ones who are supposed to hold their hand and help them walk into this new reality that's being served. It just is what it is. Whether you like it or you don't like it, doesn't matter. It's here. So we only have one choice, and it's to embrace the change. And so some of you know that you have a calling, a spiritual calling, and you've been avoiding it because it's scary, it's impractical, you're afraid of being judged, you're afraid of what people are going to think about you, all the things. And I'm human, I get it, I'm the same. And I've slowly but surely been working through that in my own life. So no judgment from me. All right. So what do we need to surrender? And then what do we need to know? I'm just going to pull some quick messages and we're going to close out this reading. So the major things that we need to focus on surrendering collectively. Okay. So the first card that just fell out, it says surrender to prayer. It says, give yourself over completely to prayer, whatever that means for you. Doesn't mean it has to be religious prayer. You don't have to pray to Jesus or God or whatever. It's just whatever that means to you is what prayer is. So however you define prayer is completely fine. So there's that. So give yourself over completely to prayer. When you pray from your heart, that's the key word here, you will be heard throughout the universe, and answers and support will arrive. Yeah, so it's basically just saying, it's about manifestation, essentially. Prayer is just a form of manifestation. What else do we need to surrender to? Surrender your need to always be right. Yeah, so this is about the ego. Don't get caught into egotistical battles, especially now that it's election season. And my God, for fuck's sake, for the love of anything in fucking humanity, if there's one thing that I cringe about, it's politics. The idiocy, the lunacy, the ridiculousness of how something that's so full of shit, which is politicians, I should say, the whole spectrum of politicians and politics is such bullshit. It's such a fraud. It's such a gimmick. It's so, the whole thing is just ridiculous. And people get so caught up into it, and they're willing to destroy friendships, destroy families. They're willing to destroy anything and everything because they have a political view. And once they subscribe to that political view or whatever tribalism thing that you're subscribed to, it's like, that's it. There's no level of thinking. It's like you're completely brainwashed. You're not even a functional human being. You've sold your soul to something. You're just a programmed, robot that's parroting the beliefs and all the shit from that whole thing. So this card is just saying wherever you're experiencing this obstacle in your life, you need to surrender it. Surrender your need to always be right. The card says, give others the gift of letting them be right. Imagine that. Imagine allowing somebody else to have a point of view that differs from your own. Be yielding and not rigid. This will help resolve conflicts and improve your relationships. Self-explanatory. All right, one more. One more from this, and then we'll get the final messages here. Surrender stubbornness. Yeah, you can't like have surrender your need to always be right, but also be stubborn at the same time. So it says surrender stubbornness. If you're tensing up or taking a rigid stance, that word's here twice now. So we saw that word here in this card, and we're hearing it now. So if you're very rigid, you're very stubborn, you need to be right all the time, then the universe is calling you out. If you're tensing up or taking a rigid stance about something, gently observe yourself and become more yielding. This will help you communicate more lovingly with others and yourself. Right. And so if you've taken anything away from this collective reading, especially with this conflict energy and the way that I explained this conflict energy, is the importance of our ability to learn lessons through contrasting experiences, which means people. So when you meet people who don't think the way that you think, vote the way you vote, believe what you believe, instead of becoming threatened by it or butthurt by it, there's an opportunity for you to learn. It's like, I'll give you an example. If the entire world existed based upon me and what I wanted and my beliefs, we'd be screwed. I'm not intelligent enough. I'm not smart enough. My gifts, my talents, my beliefs, my worldview it's not differentiated enough to to allow this world to exist in a functional place. In other words, we need differences. Differences are good. We need people that think differently than us. We need people that don't think like we think. We need people who think a different way. We need people who have a different perception. Like if the world, the existence of the world was put on my shoulders, we wouldn't have iPhones, we wouldn't have technology, we wouldn't have this, we wouldn't have a lot of shit. The world would be a really, 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 really terrible existence if everybody had to be an identical replica of me. The same thing with you, the watcher that's listening to this. If this world was just replicating a bunch of yous, then the world couldn't exist. So we need variety. We need differences. And sure, that also includes people that we disagree with. There are people who you will never understand. You'll never understand why they think the way they think, why they believe what they believe. You'll never understand why they vote the way they vote. You'll never understand it. You need to just learn to let that shit go and understand that it's just part of living in a dualistic reality, right? That's why opposites exist. We live in a duality. It's just a spiritual law. It is what it is. At the bottom of the deck, we have surrender to drama, self-explanatory. All right, so let's take a look really quick at money and career to close out the reading. Just if you've been wondering about money and career finances, you've been struggling with that, this is like, we'll just call it a separate or a mini message, because this is really more collective. Like the purpose of this message, this reading that I've been doing is more about you, the power that you have, spirituality, your spirit's responsibility in this reality to create the outcomes that you desire, right? It's your contribution in this incarnation as we share this collective, because you're not the only person in this reality. I'm not the only person in this reality. We're in a shared environment, right? So we all have our responsibility in the playground to make the whole thing work. And if I'm operating in my power and you're operating in your power, then we'll get the best outcome, right? And that requires faith. It requires faith, but it also requires for me to focus more on myself than I focus on you. Because if I spend most of my time focused on you and what I think you should be doing to make my life better or make my reality better, that's bullshit. And the universe is going to step in and is going to correct me or going to correct you for having that mentality, because that's not how it works. It's not my responsibility to make your reality better any more than it is your responsibility to make my reality better. My responsibility is for me to take responsibility for myself. And as I take responsibility for myself, it has a quantum effect. When I become a better person, then the world around me will become better because I became better. When you become better and you raise your vibration, then you participate in raising the vibration of the collective as well. And anybody that understands true spirituality knows and understands this. And that's what this is all about. That's what this whole reading is about. So, lastly, for those of you that have been wondering about money, career, and all of that, this is just a side reading. And then I'll pull a couple of cards for love. And then I'm going to end the reading. So we do have the beginning card here, and I'll read it to you in just a second. Or actually, I'll try to read it while I'm shuffling here. It says, it's a good time to start a new job or a whole new career. You have creative ideas that get noticed. Build a nest egg for the future. So for some of you, this new beginning energy applies. For some of you, it's not. All right. So you'll have to use your own spiritual intuition to know if that applies to you or not. I feel like for the majority of people, like 80 to 90% of people, I would probably wait until the new year. Once all the election crap is finalized and we kind of know which direction we're moving in. And it doesn't matter if you live in the US or not, because the United States election has a ripple effect. But nevertheless, for the majority of people, making major changes right now may not be the best time. All right, so the next card we have is Independence. It says it's time to go out on your own and create your own business or try something well outside your comfort zone, which is everything that I said about that status quo card here at the bottom of the deck, right? In the behind the mask energy, right? So these two cards are really these two cards are tied together. I didn't really talk a whole lot about the status quo. It's self-explanatory. This is when we're just living the mundane life. Like this, every day is the same, and we're spiritually unfulfilled because we know every day is the same because we're not living our spiritual destiny. We've settled. We're settling for the status quo, and the reason that we're settling for the status quo is because we're afraid to come out from behind our mask and embrace our true power and our true spiritual destiny, our true spiritual gifts. And so that's what this Independence card is all about. It's like saying, hey, it's time for you to step out of your comfort zone and go for the things you want. All right, so the next card out, or the last card we have, is Looking. And it says, it's okay to look for better work. Be discreet in your search. You need to be aligned with your life purpose to be fully satisfied. So again, another card indicating that, hey, look, it's okay for you to search for something that's going to fulfill you, but you need to prioritize whatever you're looking for. You need to make the priority about your calling in life and not about the money or your security. Because if you take a job, for example, or you pick a job or you pick a career where maybe you make more money, but you're miserable because you're not passionate about it, the money is not worth the misery. I'm going to say that again. The money is not worth the misery. You know, having more material, you know, having a bigger number in your bank account at the expense of your spiritual or soul's fulfillment is just not worth it. And that's what this card is saying. But that's a free will decision that you have to make. Nobody can make that for you. All right. So, all right. For those of you wondering about love and romance, what final messages do you have for the collective for this 10-10 reading? Okay, we have the Knight of Cups. So Now, it did come out sideways. So basically, it could go either way. Some of you have new love coming towards you. Some of you are staying in toxic relationships you need to leave. And some of you just have a negative mindset. Some of you are just like, well, love is never going to happen. There's no good people out there anymore. The last 10 people that I've been in relationships with, they lied to me, they cheated on me, they did this, they did that, blah, blah, blah. So I give up. Love is bullshit. So there's negativity and positivity. On the positive side of this card, it's saying, yeah, love is there's love for those of you that are looking for love. You have an opportunity in the near future before the year is up to meet somebody. Now, what happens as a result is up to you. That's the other side of the energy. Where's your mindset? Because if you're in a negative mentality and a mindset, then you're just going to attract more negativity into your life. The next card we have is the Six of Pentacles, which is a good energy when it's upright because it's about generosity. It's about equal give and take. So it's a balanced relationship. All right, let me get one more card. And I also just noticed that at the bottom of the deck, before I started shuffling it, was the Six of Cups. So some of you guys have a past person coming back, or you might meet a new person that you feel a past life connection with. Okay, no sooner than did I just say that, we have Judgment. So some of you definitely have a past person coming back, looking for a second chance. They want a second shot at this. And for the other side of you, that doesn't apply to, this is you using your judgment, your discernment to decide what it is that you want moving forward. In other words, have you learned, or what have you learned? Because Judgment is a card of evaluation. In other words, it's the culmination of all of your life experiences, right? What have you learned all the way up to this point in your life? What have all your previous relationships taught you? What clarity do you have? What insights do you have? What knowledge do you have, right? You have to apply that knowledge to have a different outcome. You can't just keep unconsciously having relationships. If you keep getting into relationships unconsciously, you're going to keep going around the same mountain, right? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. That's what unconscious living or unconscious awareness will get you. You'll just keep doing the same things, going, well, I don't understand why I keep having the same experience. Because you're not learning. You're not using your judgment. You're not evaluating yourself. You're not taking inventory. You haven't learned those lessons. So for some of you, you have a past person coming back. For others of you, you need to use judgment. You need to learn from the lessons of your past, apply that knowledge to your future to get a different outcome than you've gotten before. And at the bottom of the deck, you can't make this shit up. This is the silver lining. If you do that, if you listen to the advice, you'll have the Ten of Cups, which is the most love that two human beings can experience. This is it. This is the ultimate love card, the Ten of Cups. So if you listen to the advice, then yeah, a lot of you guys, on one hand of the energy, you're going to be meeting the love of your life. This is your end all be all. This is your ride or die. And for those of you on the other side, if you learn from your past lessons and you make new decisions and new choices, then you also have an opportunity and a chance of meeting your ride or die or finding the love of your life. But if you don't, then you won't. Okay. So, that's the 10/10 portal reading that I have for you. And again, if you haven't already, I would greatly appreciate it if you would like, share, and subscribe to my channel. I appreciate all of you. And as always, love and light. All right. So let me get back over to the chat. If you guys are still here, we're done with that. Let me get my cards off the table, and I am going to be doing some free readings for you guys. I appreciate those of you who stuck around for that. Appreciate your patience. Give me 2 seconds here, guys. Just get all of this cleaned up here. Okay. Now that we have that out of the way, I just got to do one thing. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Appreciate your patience with me while I did all of that. It's just easier for me when I'm going live to knock another reading out, because it kind of forces me. It's like if I'm going to be, if I'm going to be doing a reading, I can just kill two birds with one stone. All right. Okay, let me get over to the chat and get caught up with you guys. Hi, everybody. All right, so now I can actually see you guys. I'm paying attention. So good to see you guys. I don't know how many people are on, but it doesn't matter. I'm just super happy to see you guys that are all here. Excited to be here with you guys. Nicolette, thank you so much. Fantastic reading, very deep. Thank you. I appreciate that. Gene, it's good to see you here, my friend. Kathleen, Jazzy, Andrea or Andrea, Ari is here, Sista, Curly, Brandon, Marwa, Manny, Kelsey. Awesome. So good that you guys are all here. Okay. So tonight's going to be a little different. I'm going to try to do a little bit different. So for those of you who kind of, you know me, you know my style. I tend to take my time. I don't, these things can go for hours. Like I think the last one I did might have been my record. I don't know. It was like 9.5 hours straight of readings, which is fine. I actually enjoy it. I don't have quite that amount of time tonight. I actually do have to work tomorrow. So tonight I will be doing something a little different for me, which is trying to do readings more quickly. I call them speed reads, which is probably just normal for you guys. I mean, if you guys get readings from other readers, then you're probably that's probably what you're used to, is what I'm trying to say. So, so I should be able to get through everybody pretty quickly tonight. You can donate if you would like a in-depth reading. There should be links in the description for that. All that information is there. What else do you need to know? Donations take priority. So if you want to skip the queue, you want to skip the line, that information is there. You can just donate to skip the line. And with that being said, we will just jump straight in. And so let's see. Jean is my hero. My God, I love that woman. She is a bad. Everybody give Jean a huge shout out. Everybody give Jean a huge shout out. Give the mod some love, please. She is a badass. And she makes my life easier. So she deserves some love. All right. So first up is Curly. So Curly, you are first. If someone isn't here, can I be added? Yeah, you can. If you're like wanting to get like a reading for somebody else, that's fine. Just put their name in the put their name or whatever placeholder you want to identify as in the chat, and then Jean will add that to the list. Okay, I would like to know if my current legal issue will turn out good. Okay. All right, so this is for Curly. We are on Curly's reading and try to find out if what her legal situation is going to be. So I'm going to take a quick look at the surface level energy. And then I'll look deeper at it from that point. Okay. So this is why I do this. Because sometimes the surface level energy actually just gives us like a quick snapshot of like what's going on, and then you don't have to jump into all the nitty-gritty details. So basically, your legal situation right now is dragging. So if you've been waiting to know or figure out or understand what's been going on, and you're in whatever that situation is, obviously you know, there's a delay. So right now it's being held up. We have the stuck card. So, you know, and I don't know a whole lot about legal shit, and I haven't been involved in many, like really any legal things. But what I can tell you, based on my experience of those who have, it's not a quick process. Like, I don't know of any legal situation that's ever been a quick process for anybody. Right now, it could be at a standstill. So we have the stuck energy, we have pause. So now we have two cards showing that there is a delay for now. Just right now, it's not forever, obviously. But for now, there is a delay, but things are in a state of transition. In other words, what I feel you need to know about this is your perception is things aren't moving, right? You might be like, well, this legal situation, nothing's happening. There's no, it doesn't seem like it's going anywhere. It's not progressing one way or the other. There's no updates. There's no information. It's just dragging along, whatever, right? Well, in actuality, stuff is happening. It's just happening behind the scenes. So there is progress. Things are happening behind the scenes. And then you have the courage card. And so the courage card is here basically to let you know, like, hey, you need to just, hold out, have faith, have hope. Don't allow the delays to create fear or uncertainty or whatever. Like, don't allow the delays or what's not happening to have a negative impact on you. Okay. All right. So let's take a look really quick. We'll just see what else wants to come out about this. Wow. That was a really, really terrible shuffle. Okay. Somehow I managed to get the cards back in. That's what she said. Okay. All right. Give me the future potential outcome for Curly and her legal situation. What else do we need to know about this legal situation? All right, just bear with me just a second here. I got to get one more card. These two cards fell on the floor and I didn't see them. So that's interesting. I did not see these two cards that had fallen on the floor, and I just saw them just now. So not that it changes anything really. The unknown card is the same thing that I was saying with the courage card. Basically, right now it feels like there's a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of things that you don't see. It feels like nothing's happening right now with the unknown card. Now you have soul contracts here, which is interesting. So there's something about whatever this legal situation is tied to that is part of a soul contract. All right, so looking at a little bit more of the finer details here. So we have the Three of Wands, which is basically progress. So it's the same thing that I said before. It may not feel like there's a whole lot of progress right now in this situation, but the Three of Wands is here to let you know that there is progress. There is progress being made. There is progress being made, and you can trust that there's progress, even though it may not seem like it right now. Things are happening behind the scenes, which is a good thing. So don't worry about any of the unknowns or anything else that's going on. Whatever the situation is, it's going to go in your favor. We have the Nine of Pentacles. So like if it's related to money or finances or something like that, it's actually a favorable outcome for you. There is some type of grief, loss, regret. Obviously, when you're dealing with a legal matter, typically there's winners and there's losers, unfortunately. So I'm not exactly sure what the Five of Cups is related to, but there is some type of regret or guilt or something here. It's like almost like an energy of like, it sucks that it had to come to this. It sucks that this is where we're at with this. It sucks that it had to go down like this, but it is what it is, right? So, I also feel like if there's any type of guilt tied to this situation for you specifically, that the universe is wanting you to know, like, hey, look, you got to let it go. You've got to let it go on a personal level. Like, if you're like, man, like, just on your like any type of guilty conscience or anything, any negativity that you might be carrying as a result of this situation, the universe is like, you got to let this go, right? It is what it is. It is what it is. right? It's one of those things in life that we would categorize it as an unfortunate event in life. But in every unfortunate event in life, in every pile of shit, there's a treasure. There's a treasure in every pile of shit. This is one of those situations for you in some way, shape, or form, right? So, what you need to know for now is that there is progress. Things are happening behind the scenes, and you don't need to worry about it. There are some delays occurring right now. I would if you don't hear anything in, like, I don't know, the next 30 to 90 days, like, maybe get like a checkup reading, like check back in 30 or 90 days. If nothing else has changed, or if you don't have any new news or new information about this, then get an updated reading about it and see what's going on behind the scenes. But there are things occurring. There are things that are happening. They're favorable. So it's good stuff. It's just stuff that you're not aware of. Hence the unknown card here for you. Okay. So hopefully that gives you some information there, or some insights. Okay. Let's see. Get back over to my list. I clicked off my screen. So I lost you guys for a minute. All right. Nicolette, you are up. You are on deck. Cheers, everybody. Please like and subscribe to the channel if you are new. I would greatly appreciate your support, and it will also help you guys know when I go live in the future. Turn the bell notification icon on, because I do have a tendency to just hop on spontaneously and sporadically. I'm trying to get better at giving a heads up, but my life right now, if I'm completely honest, is it's not conducive for that, is what I'm trying to say. No specific questions. So you just want like a general reading. Okay. So general reading for Nicolette. Well, wait. I don't want to just assume that. General reading for Nicolette. Is it? Are you cool with that? I don't want to just make an assumption. Okay, Jean's like, yes. Jean's going to be my future. I like to give Spirit the mic. You don't want to give Spirit the mic through me. I'll guarantee you that. I guarantee you don't want to give the Spirit the mic through me. Okay, I'm getting a download for you without the cards. Like, I'm just getting an intuitive download for you. It's actually kind of emotional. Not in a bad way, but just in a kind of a beautiful way. Okay. I'm just trying to. I'm trying to get the. I'm trying to separate the words from the emotions, so I can actually talk. Because I don't need to have like an emotional meltdown. Not that I care about being emotional in front of people. It's just I can't communicate. I can't do both. I can't be emotional and communicate. So it's just the wrong time to be emotional. Not because I care about being emotional in front of people. And again, it's not a. How do I describe it? It's not like a. It's not. It's a positive. It's like happy. It's a beautiful. It's like a beautiful. It's a beautiful energy, but the message that I have for you, Nicolette, is there is a part of you. There's this beautiful part of you that I feel like you've suppressed for a really long time, if not your whole life. And I can see it and I can sense it. Like I'm being shown that there's like, there was this life, there was this abundance, there was this radiance, there was this joy, there was this purity, there was this, it's like my vocabulary is so limited. I don't have the right words to describe it, but there's this you that you've always desired to be, that you've been disconnected from because of the experiences you've had throughout your life. And God, source, universe, spirit, whatever, whatever how you associate to that force, is trying to pull that into your awareness so that you can see yourself the way that you actually are. Because you've been carrying around you had, and like most of us do, like most of us have some limited perception of ourselves to some capacity. And it's like, and I'm trying to like zero in on what, like how I would describe what it is that I see and perceive of what you have. But there's this, it's like you've been carrying around this false belief about yourself for such a long time that it's almost like the real reality of who you are could smack you in the face and you would still have a hard time believing it. Because you've partnered with this false illusion of I'm not good enough, or I'm not beautiful, I'm not talented, or whatever that is. It's a lack, scarcity. It's in that realm. But there is this super, super empathetic, compassionate, profound human being inside of you that few people have ever scratched the surface of. And because of other people's inability to peel back the layers and discover the beauty of who you are, you have falsely interpreted the interactions and relationships with others as a projection or reality of yourself. You've identified with that because on a deep level, and this isn't egotistical or arrogant on your part, you've always inherently known that there was something unique and different about you, but you didn't know that it was special when it actually is. And it's not just special because that's a catchword in our limited vocabulary, or our limited English vocabulary. It's special because it actually is. Like, you actually have a gift, a uniqueness about you that people unconsciously and intuitively pick up on, and that's why you attract those people into your life. But it's been greatly misunderstood by them, and it's been greatly misunderstood by you. And you are the more important of those two factors, because it doesn't matter what other people think about us or their perception of us, even if they're picking up on the good part of us. What matters is our awareness of who we are within ourselves, right? And believing that or knowing that's true for us without needing the approval or the acceptance or the acknowledgement of the forces that exist outside of us. However, there is the paradox of the fact that typically we come to understand those things about ourselves because of the feedback that we do receive outside of ourselves, because the external world serves as the mirror through which we look at and receive that reflection or that information back from. So the universe is here to tell you that, Nicolette, you're fucking different on purpose. You're fucking special. You're powerful. You're beautiful. You're profound. And that compassionate energy that you have, or that sympathetic or empathetic energy that you had, which in the past may have gotten you into some bad situations, because it typically does. People that are empaths, people that are spiritually empathetic, have a tendency to attract people that are manipulative, abusive, narcissistic, controlling, and all those things. And so we have a tendency to misunderstand our power based on the experiences that we have with what we attract because of our power. So we misunderstand our power because of the situations we attract as a result of having a gift or a power within us, which conversely is the very reason that we never step into that power or accept that power, because of those experiences. So you can see how it becomes this complex, convoluted mess, right? And so anyways, the message behind all of that, the core component of the message is, you're not crazy. You've never been crazy. That thing that I'm describing in my words, that you know is there within you. So again, forgive my limited capacity to articulate whatever that thing is within you. You may use different words to articulate or describe that part of you, but I have a feeling you understand what I mean. I have a feeling you understand what I'm talking about or referring to. That part of you is on purpose. And it's time for you to embrace that part of you. And it's time for you to embrace that part of you in a very empowering way. Okay. And you've been suppressing it, you've been withholding it, or you've been questioning it in a way that's disempowering you. And so the most beautiful and empowering parts of you aren't being experienced by yourself, and they're not being experienced by others. And so that's leading you, or that's created an environment for you in your reality to have a very unfulfilling experience. And I'm not saying it's completely unfulfilling. You might find a way to find fulfillment in other areas of your life, but it's not fulfilling you at the deepest core part of you, because that's not what you incarnated here to experience. You incarnated here on this plane of existence with a gift that's part of it is for you and part of it is for others. That's how all of it works, right? And so you've suppressed that, or you've not acknowledged it, or you've handed it over and allowed it to be defined by other people who mistreated it or abused it or didn't see the value of it. And you depended upon those external forces to do so. And we all make that mistake. So, and I'm guilty of this myself. And it's not about guilt, okay? That's not the point. It's not about, it's just awareness, right? But it's important because you're at a point in your life, at a point of your soul's journey where you need to become aware of it in a more direct sense, which is why Spirit has this message for you. You came here, you said, okay, I'm handing the mic over, whatever Spirit wants to say. And well, what is Spirit saying to you? Well, Spirit is telling you the most important thing that Spirit could say to you. You think about all the things that God, source, the universe could tell you right now. This is the thing that it's telling you when it was, the first thing it's telling you, the thing that's being told to you when you handed it the microphone. That's pretty fucking profound if you think about it. It's not talking about money. It's not talking about finances. It's not talking about this, not talking about that. Think about all the things that it's not talking to you about right now. It's talking to you about this thing. So that means that this thing is the most important thing that you needed to know tonight and perhaps the rest of the year, perhaps moving forward until until you've laid hold of it in the way that you need to within your experience to say, I get it, I got it, I've applied it, whatever that looks like for you. Okay. So there's the message. And I could micro dissect that. And I'm tempted to, but I'm trying to stay on task here with my speed reads. So let's take a quick look at what the cards are here to say. So the here and the now. This is where you need to be right now. You need to be in the here and the now within yourself. And if you look at this, there's this like a girl or a fairy or something in inside of this egg. She's kind of like, looking outside of the top of this egg, but there's like a door or a window on the side, right? And so there's a lot of metaphorical symbology in this card, right? And so the message to you through this energy is for you to use your own intuition about what you see in this card. So you can go look this card up, or I don't know if you have this deck or if you don't have this deck, it doesn't matter. This card is from The Wisdom of the Oracle by Colette Baron Reed. It's card number 32. It's kind of hard to see that number. Card number 32. You can pull it up online. You can get an image of it, but you're meant to look at this card and research it yourself with your own intuition. That's part of the message. The other part of the message for you is the most important place for you to be right now in your spiritual journey is here within yourself, because it's time for you. The message, the direct message I'm getting for you is it's time for you to draw a line in the sand with yourself and say, it's time to stop looking outside of yourself for satisfaction, for fulfillment, for acknowledgement, for attention, for validation, for getting your needs met, for all these things. You've come too far. You've grown too much. You've learned too much. You've evolved too much in your spiritual capacity. You know these things intellectually. It's time to start applying them experientially, blah, 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 if I can say that word. It's a time to start applying them in your life and having an experience with them, so you integrate them, so you get them out of your head and you move them inside of your soul, inside of your heart, inside of your being. And then as you integrate the knowledge into your being becomes your doing. It becomes your process, right? And that's the beauty of it. And as it becomes your process, it becomes your evolution. And as it becomes your evolution, it becomes your reality, your creation, your manifestation. Your life starts to mold itself around the evolution of who you are and what you're becoming. Holy shit. I just preached to myself. I'm going to have to rewind and re-listen to whatever the fuck that just came out of my mouth, because I just felt it for myself. It's like, Jesus, dude, that was for you. Like, I'm preaching to myself as this message is coming through to you. I can never say that again the same way twice. Anyways, never-ending story. So this message is very clear. There's a part of you that needs to stop the crazy cycle. The crazy cycle that I'm feeling that you've been in for yourself is, again, you know this stuff. I'm not telling you anything that you don't already know. I know that I know that I know that I know this. I can feel it. I'm not here telling you anything you don't already know. The problem isn't that you don't already know these things. There's a fear about not applying them to your life. So you have to keep going around the mountain again and again and again and again. And the universe keeps handing you the same message. And you're going, yeah, I know that, but I know that. I understand that. Tell me something I don't know. And the universe is like, I'm not telling you something you don't know because you're not applying the things that I've been telling you. And so that's kind of the stigma. It's like the universe can't take you to, you can't graduate from first grade and go to second grade until you complete first grade. And then you can't go from second grade to third grade until you complete second grade. So it's like you're in this process where spirit is saying, hey, I need you to graduate from where you've been to where I want to move you. But you have to be willing to embrace the discomfort of the process. New levels, new devils. New levels, new fears. New levels, new obstacles. New levels, new struggles. But also new blessings, new opportunities, new fulfillment, right? So we all want the new. We all want to elevate. We all want to go and achieve the new things, have the new things, have the better, the more money, the better relationship, the better body, the whatever. But we don't understand that when you go to that new level, there's new responsibilities. There's a new level of thinking. There's new routines. There's, like the person who has the 6-pack abs and the ripped chiseled body, 24/7, 365 a year. They don't drink wine anymore. They don't splurge and enjoy some things that people like us or like me that don't have that type of body enjoy. It's like, I like my fucking wine and I like my nachos. I'm drinking wine at night, So it's a trade-off. It's like, well, do I want the 6-pack or do I want to eat my nachos and drink my wine? Well, right now, I like my wine and I like to eat my nachos. So, that's a choice that I've made. And as long as we're willing to be honest with ourselves about where we are and where we're willing to go, the universe is okay with that. Just for everybody that's out there listening to what I'm saying, the universe is okay when we're honest with ourselves. If you're honest with the universe and say, hey, I know that I'm tolerating less than ideal circumstances in my life. I know that I'm staying at a job that I hate. I know that I'm staying in a toxic relationship that's bad for me. I know that I'm doing this. I know that I'm doing that. I know that I'm doing this. I know that I'm doing that, but I fucking like it. I enjoy it. I like it. I like the toxic relationship. I like my unfulfilling job that gives me certainty. I like this thing over here. I like that this is what it is and I like it. Okay, cool. That's all the universe wants, is for you to get honest and real with yourself and say, okay, well, cool. At least you're fucking honest. Great. That's awesome. You like the reality that you're in and existing in. Perfect. Because that's the only reality that you have, is the one that you're creating and living in. And as long as you're okay with the reality that you're experiencing, because that's the only reality you have, everyone's happy. The universe is happy and you're happy. The problem is when some part of you wants more and desires more, but you're standing in your own way of the getting of it. That's where the problems occur. And I don't care who you are, and I don't care what you believe. You and me, we are our own worst enemies. So any fulfillment that you lack, anything that you feel that you're missing out on, and I'm not just talking to Nicolette here, I'm talking generally, broad spectrum for a hot second here. I'm getting on my soapbox for 2 seconds here. You are your own worst enemy. You cannot blame your past. You can't blame your parents. You can't blame your exes. You can't blame your lovers. You can't blame your children. You can't blame anything. The only thing that you can blame for the life that you're not experiencing or the fulfillment that you don't have is yourself. You are your own worst enemy. You are standing in the way of your life, your hopes, your visions, your dreams, your desires, your goals. With that being said, it doesn't mean that we always intend to do so. Sometimes we just don't know any better. Sometimes we're just ignorant. Sometimes we don't have the knowledge of self-awareness or whatever to know what it is that we need to help us navigate to get to that next step, to go up the ladder, so to speak, right? And that's why people like me and other people out there, are placed into your path so you can come across the knowledge that you desire because you put that intention out into the universe. You asked a question. You had a desire, you needed information, you needed an insight, you needed a guide, you needed a message, you needed a sign, you needed a synchronicity. The universe answered, and so here you are. This is your sign, right? And it's not just for Nicolette, it's for all of you. So you can thank her for providing you all with the additional insights that hopefully you're paying attention to. And I say this every time with you guys. And I say this in the most friendly and empowering way. I almost want to beg and plead with you guys that for me and this channel, I can't speak for other people. I can't speak for other readers. I can't speak for any of that. But here at this channel, as part of this tiny community, the messages that are here are not just about the questions of the person that are asking their question. And if you pay attention, I can guarantee you there's always something for every one of us. Like I'm the messenger, but I hear the things that are coming out of my mouth and I'm taking notes of those things in my mind because what you guys don't know is when you come here with a question and I start getting into it and I have no idea what the answer is going to be. I have no idea what's going to come through me. all this shit starts coming through me, and God, source of the universe, is tapping me on the shoulder going, hey, that's for you. That's for you. That's for you. That's for you. Hey, that's for you too. So you guys, when I come on here and I do this, I can never think to ask the questions that you guys ask. I can never think to come here with the problems that you guys have or whatever it is. And I leave these things. This is why I stay for 9 hours. I don't stay and do these readings for 9 hours and all this crazy just because I got nothing better to do. It's because I'm getting so much spiritual information and nuggets through the things that come through me for you that I would be an idiot. I would be retarded to not grab hold of all those spiritual nuggets that are worth more than any amount of money. Because if I apply them to my life, I can do anything. All things are possible for those who believe. All things are possible for those who believe what? That believe in the force that's moving and existing through me to allow me and afford me the opportunity and the power to create my own reality. And so I'm here just like you are. I just have a different role. You know, I'm here as the observer. I'm just like one of you guys in the chat, but I'm also here separating my I don't know, my consciousness into two parts. There's a part of me that's the channeler, and the messages are just coming through me, and that there's the me that's the observer, right? And so if you guys can share that existence and that reality with me throughout these readings, I guarantee you'll grab hold of things that are beneficial for you as well. And then you won't have to go through this any more than Nicolette will. This never-ending story energy, right? Because we all have patterns. We all have things that we do that are more difficult than not. We struggle with things that we keep repeating again and again and again and again that keep us stuck and prevent our growth and our evolution, right? That's what that card is for. The beauty, collectively and individually for you, Nicolette, is this, the regeneration. When you get it, you got it. This is the beauty of regeneration. This is the death card, and the tower kind of rolled into one. So you have the tower, which typically in tarot is the energy of destruction or death, right? Something that dies. But there's beauty in the ashes. Death is not death. Death is an illusion. You take a seed. Well, in the form of a seed, in the existence of the seed form, no matter what plant or thing it is, or an acorn, let's just use an acorn because I'm thinking about my tree, my symbol behind me here, the oak tree inside of the acorn, right? The tree of life behind me here, which is my symbol, and up here on my hat. So we take an acorn. The acorn is a form. When that acorn goes into the ground, it dies. It's no longer an acorn. That's the only time that oak tree will ever be in that form. That's it. It's only an acorn once. The acorn dies. But then it rises from the ashes as the oak tree. It takes on the life of the new form. The same thing with the caterpillar into the cocoon, into the butterfly. You are in the period, Nicolette, of regeneration. And so really, this card is everything that I've just said for the collective. It's leaning into the understanding that you have the knowledge, you understand this, you just need to apply what you know in a way where you're willing to risk the unknown. So I'm going to say it like this. I'm going to say this for everybody. Okay? And I know I'm taking a little more time for her because there's a collective message in this. That's why I'm taking this extra time with her reading. It's not because I'm taking time necessarily for her reading, it's for all of us. There's a collective message in her question, which is why I said you can thank her, because it applies to all of us. The amount of fulfillment that is possible for any one of you out there is directly in proportion to the amount of uncertainty you can comfortably tolerate. So let me say that again. The amount of fulfillment that you get to experience in your life depends on the amount, or depends on your level of tolerance for uncertainty. How, what is your level of tolerance for uncertainty? Where's that threshold for you? That's what the spiritual journey is all about. It's about not just what you learn spiritually, it's about integrating it into who you are and then jumping out and taking a risk, stepping outside of your comfort zone with it. Expressing yourself, starting a spiritual business, talking about spiritual things, just being unapologetically who you are, getting out of your shitty 9-to-5 job that you're depressed and going and doing that thing that the Spirit's laid on your heart for the last 10 years. You've just been too afraid to start it. I don't know enough. I don't have enough. I don't have the resources. What if it fails? What if nobody wants it? What if it's not? It's like, what if, right? And again, whatever area in your life that this applies to, not just that. It could apply to any part of your life. So that's what this regeneration card is. You cannot take on a new form until you're willing to take on a new risk. You cannot take on a new form until you are willing to take on a new risk. What is the risk? Holy fucking shit. The risk is the risk of being unapologetically your spiritual true self. So Nicolette, you've been asking this. This is at the bottom of the deck. So now I'm going back to Nicolette. The rest of you get to listen in, and pay attention, because there might be more here for you. Nicolette, you've been asking why. You've been searching, asking questions, trying to understand, and that's why you're here. That's why you handed the microphone over to Spirit tonight, because there's questions that you have that you feel have not been answered. Part of your life has been a mystery. Part of your life hasn't made sense. There's lots of questions that you've had in your own right. You know what those things are. The reason you've been asking questions is because you've been going round and round and round and round because of all the never-ending story, right? It's right there. But when you risk being yourself to take on a new form, you have to assume new risk. Well, as you take on the new form, because you assumed the new risk, there's your 10 of cups, there's your 10 of pentacles. Everything that you want. The pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Living life in bliss and fulfillment, euphoria, and living life on your terms, living life at cloud 9. It's not to say that you're never going to have a problem again. You're never going to have a struggle again. It's not to say that you're going to avoid pain the rest of your life. You're going to avoid hurdles, obstacles, and challenges. That's bullshit. That's unrealistic. It means that no matter what happens to you, doesn't matter if you wake up tomorrow with a stage 4 cancer diagnosis, you're going to dance your fucking ass out of bed. You're going to rejoice. You're going to sing. You're going to dance. You're going to laugh. You're going to be like, I don't give a fuck what happens to me anymore in my life. My life is measured by this. I measure my life now. I live my life based on the measurement of the fulfillment that I experience as a result of staying true to my fucking self. Come on, guys, man. If you guys are not getting excited about this shit, man, like, this is blowing my mind. Like, it's giving me tears because this is speaking to me on so many levels. I'm getting chills here, man. Like, this is the shit, man. This is the life-changing shit that we need to hear. I need to hear this. We need to hear this. Sorry, I shouldn't inject myself into the reading, but I couldn't help myself. Fulfillment is yours. Okay? Fulfillment is yours, Nicolette. It's not the knowledge anymore. Let me end this for you. All right, so this to summarize your reading, to summarize your message for you. You know the stuff. You know all of this. There's nothing that I've shared with you that you have not heard or you do not know in some way, shape, or form. I may have said it differently. I may have described it using new words, new phrases, new terms. I may have shed or projected light or shed light on it from a different angle, slightly different angle. But at the core of it all, I have not told you anything you don't already know. What you need to know is that you've been dying. Your spirit has been dying to become something new. You have been the caterpillar stuck inside of the cocoon for far too long. Your spirit is ready to come out of the cocoon. The butterfly is ready to arise. The phoenix is ready to come out of the ashes. You've been afraid. You got comfortable inside the cocoon, Nicolette. You got comfortable inside the cocoon, and the Spirit's saying, come on, girl, I believe in you. I believe in you. Your spirit inside of you is telling you, I believe in you. Come on, you can do this. Open up the tent, break through the cocoon, come out of your shell, come out of the closet, right? Like, step into your power, embrace this new form. And it's scary. It's a new form. You've never been in this form before. You don't know what it's like. You don't know what to expect. It's scary. There's an element of it that's a little bit frightening. All growth that is real, that is true and beneficial for anyone is frightening. Because you've never been there before. You've never done it before. You haven't had that experience before. But that's how we grow. That's how we evolve. And that's how humanity will grow and evolve, is because of people like fucking you who show what it's like to be courageous and step out and become a spiritual leader because you did something that most people are afraid to do, and you showed them that it's safe and okay to do it. And that's what you've been looking for. You've been looking for a reason to be you. You've been looking for an example, a leader to look at and say, is it safe and okay for me to step out and to become this? And the universe is coming back at you and saying, no, babe. You are the leader that you have been looking for and waiting on to give yourself permission to come out. Because when you come out of the closet, you're going to lead so many other people out of the closet as a result of your courageous act. Because you had a call on your life to be a leader in a way that you didn't even understand what leadership was. It's not what we think that it is because of capitalism and, what's it called? Overachiever culture and all that bullshit. CEO culture and all that shit, right? Like hustle and grind culture and all that shit. None of that shit. The amount of money you make in your bank account and all that other shit, your titles, your education and your certifications and all that bullshit, none of that has anything to do with being a leader. Being a leader is how we inspire and motivate ourselves to do very difficult things. And as we inspire ourselves to do hard and difficult things, people that are watching us do those hard and difficult things get inspired to do hard and difficult things for themselves. That's it. That's all a leader is. A leader is somebody who inspires other people to follow in their footsteps when they didn't even intend to. Right? That's it. True leaders don't have to convince people to follow them. Did Jesus Christ of Nazareth have to convince people to follow him? No. What did he do? He went out. He healed the sick. He raised the dead. He gave sight to the blind. He just did his thing. He gave his message and he went about his way. He didn't say, hey, I'm looking for a following. Come follow me. Believe me. Jesus of Nazareth didn't start a cult. Whether you believe in Jesus or follow that or it doesn't matter. I'm just using an example. Jesus didn't start a cult. That was not his intention. He went out and did what he did. He stayed true to himself. The result of him being true to himself created the following. That's the calling that's on your life, Nicolette. You have a calling of leadership on your life, whether you realize it or not. It may not be the type of leadership that you or we recognize or understand in the modern world. It is a spiritual calling that you have on your life. And as you embrace that spiritual calling, you're going to find your spiritual fulfillment. And understand that spiritual leadership is more about you inspiring and motivating yourself to do things that you didn't think you could do, with the help of Spirit as your guide. And that is my mic drop on your reading. My heart is racing too. Jazzy Dreamer, what's coming towards me in love? Thank you. Okay. Moving away from that energy to something a little bit more simple. Okay, for Jazzy Dreamer, what's coming towards Jazzy Dreamer in love and romance? Everybody drop a heart in the chat for Nicolette. Come on, people. We're going to celebrate here. You guys are going to be here. We're going to celebrate each other. We're going to love each other because that's what the world needs. Drop a heart in the chat for Nicolette. Please, everybody. Show some love. Drop a heart in the chat for Nicolette. You got this, my friend. Okay. Okay, Jazzy Dreamer, you do have love coming towards you here in the future. So the first card that's coming out for you is the future. I will try to get you a time frame. I don't typically do time frames. I'm not one of those types of people because time is fluid. Every decision that we make affects our timeline. So, you know, anybody that ever gives a definitive timeline, I would just question it, gently question it. And I certainly wouldn't put all of my eggs in that person's basket. So, but I will, having said that, I will try to get you somewhat of a time frame. Okay, so their message is really clear here for you, Jazzy. And I've just got to keep it real because that's just what I do. The message for you is the reason that you haven't found love yet is because of you're basically getting in your own way. I don't know of another way to say it. So here you are. Let me try to explain it to you the way it's coming to me. Love is always out in the future for you. Like this is you. Like you're here you are, metaphorically speaking. You're always here, and it's like love is always out there. And I feel like if you've ever gotten if you've gotten readings from other tarot readers in the past, or you're watching videos, I feel like that's kind of the vibe or the answer you're always getting. It's like you're always getting that it's like, well, it's on the way. It's on the way. It's going to come. It's on the way. It's like the carrot is always being dangled in front of you. It's always just out of reach. And I feel like it never manifests or actualizes in your life. So you're always just kind of like in a state of waiting. Maybe it's going to show up. Waiting, it's on the way. Waiting, it's on the way. But it never actually shows up. Well, this is why. This is your energy. Your energy is represented by the fortress. So you're extremely guarded. And while on one hand, that ensures that nothing ever comes inside of you to hurt you and harm you, it also ensures that the energy inside of you that needs to come out to attract the right type of love energy or person to you is never allowed out. So here you are. These two cards are one and the same, by the way. This is you. You're in your own prison. Your heart, your emotions, your abundance, the spiritual energy within you that's responsible for actually attracting the partner that you've been seeking into your life is you put that part of yourself in prison. So that part of you is here in prison, out here, and Auschwitz or whatever that famous prison is, right? So here you are, out in the middle of an island, on a prison, on a desolate island here, where you've locked away your spirit, your heart, your soul, that part of you that could attract love. Because you're like, you know what? I've gone through things in my life. I've been hurt like most people have, and I refuse to be hurt. I am not going to be betrayed again. I'm not going to be cheated on again. I'm not going to be lied to again. And I'm not going to put myself in a position to be vulnerable where I fall in love with somebody and they destroy me because, they didn't love me the way that I needed them to, or they cheated or whatever they did. So these two cards are showing you what the issue is. This is the problem. This is why love is always out in the future. Love is always out in the future. It's like you're responsible for putting a sentence on yourself. So here you are serving a life sentence. This is you serving a life sentence. Like, oh, I'll be waiting for love. Well, you will be. You'll be waiting for love forever. The rest of your life. Waiting and 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 waiting. Here's the delays card. Here's the proof. The delays. Why is love always delayed? Why am I always waiting? Here we are, the clock. Waiting for love, waiting for love, waiting for love, waiting for love. Looking out into the future. Where is it? Where is it? Looking with your telegraph, the telescope. Where is love? Where's love? Where's love? Oh, wait. The psychic, the tarot readers, and all these people are saying, it's coming, it's coming. Don't worry. Love is on the way. Love is on the way. Love is coming. But it never shows up. You have nothing to show for it. Where is it? You're looking. I've been looking for this shit for a long fucking time, and I don't see anything. Where is it? Where's my love? It never shows up. They say it's coming. They say it's coming. They say it's coming, and never shows up. Why? Well, this is why. Because the very part of yourself that needs to be unbound by you, the very part of yourself that you need to let out of the prison to allow love to come to you, is stuck in the prison. And I know that that's again, I can't water down the message. I mean, I can't lie to you and tell you something that isn't here. So the reason, so it's a twofold answer to your question. Is love coming to you? Yeah, absolutely. And it's always been coming to you. Love is coming to you all the time. It's always on the way, but it's always just out of reach. It's always on the way, it's just out of reach. Always on the way, just out of reach. Why? Because that part of you that needs to be freed in order for love to come in is in prison. So when you allow this part of yourself out of the prison, you set yourself free, so to speak, then love will be free to be received. All right. So, like I said a second ago, I'll try to get you a time frame in just a second. But I'm trying to get you the important message first. So what else does she need? What else do they need to know about this? Okay, so, all right, so just really quick, I'm going to take a few of these cards off the bottom of the deck here just to show you a few things. So these three are the top cards, these three are the bottom cards, and then this is where we're ending here with the Ten of Swords. So there's a little bit of a tiny storyline that I'm going to go through very quickly here. So here you are. There's a part of you that is confident, but there's a part of you that questions your value and questions your worth. It's almost like, why is it that every other part of my life is good? It's great. I have this, I have that, I have all the things, here I am, I'm good to go, my life's in order, I got my shit together. It's like, I have, like, everything else in my life is functional, it's working, it's good, but when it comes to love, that's when things are different. Why? Well, that moves us to the Tower. So the Tower is all about shit in our life blowing up, destruction, right? The unexpected, massive interruptions, changes, the tragedies, the lessons, like the big explosive things in our life. So this card is telling me two things. It's telling me, one, there are things that have happened to you. We all have a story. We all have tragedies, traumas. We all have things that have happened to us. There's things in your life that have happened to you into the past that have caused you to go into this protective mode here, where you've basically imprisoned your heart and your spirit inside of this fortress. You're more concerned with protecting yourself from getting hurt. And because you're sending out a signal to the universe saying, hey, my primary concern is not getting hurt, the universe goes, oh, okay, well, I'm going to keep sending you through the law of attraction. If you understand how the law of attraction really works, the universe doesn't hear, I don't want, right? The universe doesn't hear that. So you say, I don't want to be hurt. The universe doesn't hear the word don't. The universe just hears, oh, it sees your energetic the energy that you're resonating in, and goes, oh, she's protecting herself, which means that she must want something to be protected from. And this is one of those weird paradoxical things about spirituality. This is how this shit works. I didn't create it. It's not me. I'm not the one that made it work this way, but it's just how it works. You protect yourself. The universe goes, oh, you're protecting yourself. So therefore, and again, it's not logic. It's not what you think. It's the energy. It's your energy that matters. It's not your logic or reasoning. It's your vibration, your frequency. The frequency that you give off is what I'm referring to. And when you're in a vibrational frequency of protect myself, the universe goes, oh, you want things to be protected from, so you can stay in protection energy. Because the energy that we embody is the thing that we're telling the universe that we desire. That's how it works. So when you live in happiness, the vibrational frequency of happiness, as an example, is telling the universe, give me more happiness, right? If you're depressed all the time, you're telling the universe, hey, they want to be depressed more. So the universe sends you more things to be depressed about. That's how the law of attraction works. It's not logical. It's not intellectual. It's vibrational. So when it comes to love, and it changes in different areas of life. So for example, when it comes to your money and your career, you can be secure. You can feel abundant. And so you can be attracting abundance when it comes to finances and resources in your job. Your career and financial life can be blossoming and blooming. It could be explosive. People could be like you could be a master. And people are like, man, how do you do it? Like everything you touch turns to gold. But then when it comes to your love life, it's abysmal. I mean, it's absolute garbage. You're like, man, it's complete opposite of your financial life, right? Because when it comes to your career and your money and your finances, you're in a different vibration. You're carrying the vibration of confidence, security, abundance. You don't question it. You don't have the same types of fears. You don't have the same types of reservations, right? But when it comes to love, it's different. Love has hurt me. Love has harmed me. I'm fearful. I have to protect myself from being hurt. And so the universe goes, oh, well, you're in the energy of I need to be protected. So the universe sends you things to be protected from. That's what's going on here. That's what this is about. This is about you realizing, hey, parts of my life are good, parts of my life are not so good. The tower is about your awareness of what happened to you that caused this. What happened to you? What hurt you? What fucks you over? What was the trauma? What is the thing? What is the thing in your life that blew up that caused you to put yourself in this prison, which is now the reason why you're not experiencing love? And until you find that, until you become illuminated and have the revelation of whatever that thing is, because the tower is also a card of revelation, major sudden revelations like getting struck by lightning. The sun card is about total illumination and revelation, but it's also the card of happiness. So there's a dual meaning in this sun card saying your happiness is tied to your ability to understand and interpret this revelation that you've been missing about how and why you set yourself in this prison and why you are the reason that you're essentially cock blocking yourself from finding love. Which brings us to the bottom cards. This is you. This is the Two of Pentacles is juggling two worlds. 1 minute, you get it. 1 minute, you don't. 1 minute, you feel safe. 1 minute, you don't. 1 minute, you want love. 1 minute, you don't. 1 minute, you feel ready. 1 minute, you don't. 1 minute, you feel confident. 1 minute, you don't. This essentially is a card of saying that you've been living in two worlds. And when you're living in two worlds, you can't manifest either one. That's why in the Bible it says be hot or be cold, or and not to be lukewarm, or God will spit you out of his mouth. It's a very intense metaphor referring to a spiritual reality, saying, hey, at least if I'm cold, then I can manifest something that is solid. Like it puts me on a path, and it puts me on a direction that can turn and go somewhere. It creates momentum. It creates movement. It's not stagnation. If I'm hot, that's another path, right? But being in the middle, where 1 minute I dip my toe in this pond, but I'm not committing. The other minute I dip my toe in that pond, but I'm not committing. I'm stuck between these two worlds. And so I'm never really committed to one path or the other, so I never see progress in one direction or the other. And so when there's no movement, the ball's not rolling, the universe can't course correct you either, right? If you're standing still, the universe isn't going to force you to move. Doesn't matter. Even if, like a lot of tarot readers will say, well, a tower will move you. Not necessarily. The universe can come and bombard your ass with tower after tower after tower after tower, and those people never change. In fact, I know somebody in my personal life who's had, I don't know, she's probably had 20 towers in the last 2 years, and she hasn't changed one bit. She's one stubborn ass mofo. She is the most stubborn human being that I know. Tower after tower after tower after tower, and she's not moved, right? And the universe isn't going to violate her free will and force her to move. And so on the other side, we have the Chariot. So here's the Two of Pentacles, and here's the major arcana version of the same thing, the Chariot. So you're the emperor or the empress driving the chariot. You have one path, one road, and then you have another road. It's up to you. You have two paths to choose from. Are you going to go left, or are you going to go right? Which path are you going to choose? Which path are you going to drive the car of your life in? Well, it's up to you, but you're not choosing because you're in this energy, right? In other words, this energy here is the culprit for this energy up here. The reason that you have put yourself in this prison, which is why love hasn't manifested or come to you, is because of an indecision, an indecisiveness, a fear. You have hope, and then you take the hope away. You feel positive, and then you remove the positivity. There's a sensitivity here, a sensitivity to the feedback that you're getting from life that's not helpful or beneficial to you. Because the moment that you get positive feedback, you lean into it and you're hopeful. You're like, oh my God, okay, that's positive. You grab hold of it, and that's a good thing. But then the minute something interferes, or the minute that you get contradicting feedback from life, it's like you fall way back into this energy of like having to overprotect yourself because you assume the worst. And so there's this push and pull that you have going on within you, where hopeful, not hopeful, willing to jump off the cliff, take the risk, fall in love, scared shitless to do so. Got to protect myself at all costs. There's this vacillation between hope and despair, fulfillment, or pain, however you want to look at that. And in between these two energies, okay, in between the same message said two different ways, is judgment, which again has to do with your knowledge and your revelation and your understanding of what's going on, because judgment is a card of self-evaluation. Like it says literally the second word, you can't really see it on this card, maybe you can, but the second word on this card, because there's a bunch of definitions on this, I just chose this tarot deck. It's just the one that I chose for tonight, because I got like a million of these things. But this is the one that I felt called to use tonight. And one of the, as you can see, it's got keywords, or meanings or keywords for what this card means. And the second word says self-evaluation. Kind of hard to see on the camera. That's what this is all about. Self-evaluation, self-awareness, awareness of what you're doing to prevent yourself from having the love that you desire, because at the bottom of the deck, you've landed here, the Ten of Swords. You lose hope. You hit rock bottom, you lose hope. This is this is you popping the balloon. The balloon fills up over time, and the balloon represents your hope. You get hopeful and 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 hopeful until something comes along and bursts the balloon, pops the balloon, right? And these are the daggers or the swords or the pins or the needles that come in and burst the bubble. And so what the universe wants you to know is what you need to do in order to take your power back so that you don't have to keep getting readings and trying to like when is it going to happen? When's it going to come? And all these other reasons that have nothing to do with the real reason about why you haven't found love. The reasons aren't out here. The reasons are in here. That's the main core of this reading for you. Now, all right. So I knew that this was going to be complex. Okay, so I'm going to try to get a time frame for you, and if it doesn't give me one, then it doesn't give me one. The assumption is the time frame of when love will show up for you if you make changes and adjustments to the way you've been doing things. Because if nothing changes, then nothing changes. And the definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. So if you don't do anything different as a result of hearing this reading, then there's not going to be a difference in your love life. There's not going to be a change. So any time frame that I give you is going to be irrelevant at that point. It's not wanting to give me one. Don't make me shuffle forever cards. Come on. Give me something. Okay. You saw me shuffle and shuffle and shuffle and shuffle and shuffle and shuffle. Wait. You have delays and you have wait. Don't shoot the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just the messenger. Now, I'm going to tell you that the reason that you have this wait card is because the universe is saying you're not ready. And I know that's hard to hear sometimes, but again, I can't lie to you. I'm not here to lie to you. I'm not here to lie to anybody on this feed. I'm here to empower you. And that's why I get on and I do these readings, is to empower people so that when you go out into your life and you make the changes and adjustments, then you have a different quality of life. You have a different experience. You get what you want. And then I feel fulfilled knowing that I participated in helping people make changes in their life to get what they want. So this energy here, this weight energy, is what that's about. So the universe is saying that right now, right this minute, you're not quite ready for this. It doesn't mean that, you won't be. It just means it's dependent upon you. Because at the bottom of the deck, we have success. Your success depends on you. This love that you've been waiting for depends on you. It depends on you letting yourself out of this prison and never, ever, 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 ever again falling into the illusion that love is scarce and that you need to protect yourself from it. It's the number one problem that anyone and everyone that's a human experiences. We experience love, we experience pain, we experience betrayal, we experience loss, and we don't want to go through that pain or that betrayal ever again. So we become hurt. We become defensive, right? We protect ourselves. And that seems like the logical and rational thing to do. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't have boundaries, just to be clear. I'm not saying that people should just tolerate any behavior, that you let anybody and everybody to come into your life. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying you should trust everybody. I'm saying that the lesson that we're meant to learn is not to push love away or to falsely believe that love was the thing that hurt us. Love is not what hurt you. Somebody who did not understand what love is what hurt you. Fear is what hurt you and what hurt them, as a matter of fact. It's not just about us. Hurt people, right? And when we allow that hurt to penetrate us and we identify with it, then we go out and we hurt other people as a result, eventually. Eventually, everybody becomes the thing that they didn't want to happen to them. The person who was abused becomes the abuser. The person who was cheated on becomes the cheater. If something happens to somebody enough times, eventually they start to morph and become that thing. And then they go out and they commit those crimes, those acts against other people. And that's how things get paid forward. Hurt people, keep hurting people, keep hurting people, keep hurting people, keep hurting people. Now, on the flip side, the reverse is true. If you heal, then healed people go out and heal other people. That's the spiritual journey, right? That's what we're here to do. We're here as spiritual beings to go out and heal the world because we have healed ourselves. And then we pay that forward. I'm a healed person. I'm going to heal you. And you're going to go out and you're going to heal somebody and heal somebody and heal somebody. That's the purpose of how this stuff is supposed to work. So for you, all that to say that the summary for your reading is yes, love is possible for you, but it's in your hands and it's dependent upon your ability to go within and become aware of whatever the patterns, whatever things have happened to you that have made you hurt or afraid to go into this shell and to protect yourself from love. And instead of getting your power back and saying, hey, I don't have to protect myself from love, no matter what happens to me, right? And so in my life, what did that look like for me? Just for an example, quick story, and then we'll move on to the next question. I was married for 11 years. My ex-wife of 11 years left me for my best friend of 17 years. So I lost two people. I lost my ex-wife and I lost my best friend. They both betrayed me. Before that, when I was 16 years old, the very first love of my life, my very first girlfriend, who was the love of my life, we were on our way to church. We got hit by a drunk driver and she died. Her sister died. I ended up on life support. I should be dead. And I can't prove it, but I'm pretty sure that somewhere in that whole catastrophe, I probably died for at least some amount of time. So, I don't think that I think that, I was resuscitated or something. I can't prove that. I don't have this was back in 1997. So there's no records or anything that I can go to prove that, but just based on a lot of spiritual work and things that I've done, I think that I died and basically, I came back basically. So my first girlfriend dies. The second love of my life betrays me. The third love of my life, who was the girl that I met after my divorce, she left me. She was a widow. She left me for her dead husband's best friend. So I got betrayed back to back. I've had other betrayals since then. I've had other people lie to me, betray, cheat. I've had many other things. I could stay here all night telling you guys story after story after story, and it's not to toot my own horn. These aren't things that I'm proud of. I'm not here to look at me and there's other people who've gone through way more shit than I have, just to be clear. So this isn't me tooting my horn here, but it is me telling you that I've gone through enough losses and betrayals and disappointments when it comes to love and relationships to feed a small fucking village. And it started to affect me in a negative way because I started to become emotionally avoidant. I started to focus more on protecting myself from being hurt and betrayed than on becoming the love that I wanted to receive from other people. And because I was so focused on protecting myself, what was I doing to the people that the universe was bringing into my life to love me? I was hurting them. My self-preservation was hurting them because I was more concerned with protecting me than I was about having the love that I actually truly desired. So I started to become the kind of guy that no woman would want to date. And then I started to recognize that I was becoming that guy and I wasn't proud of it. And so in 2017, I hit a wall. This was long ago. I was not who I am today. Many, many versions of me ago. I hit a wall. I was so fucking lost. I drove 15 hours from Florida all the way to Iowa to a state that I'd never been before, thinking that the reason that I was miserable was geographical. Like, oh, it's because I live in Florida. That's my problem. If I just get out of Florida and I go to some random place I've never been before, I'll meet new people and I'll find somebody and I'll find love and I'll be happy. So I just randomly picked a place on the map that I'd never been to, and it was directly north, 15 hours, and I went to Iowa. Well, I get to Iowa. I find this guy who's renting out rooms, doing month-to-month rentals, and so I get a room. I'm renting a room from him in this house with 5 other people, and I'm sitting in my car one day. This is in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, by the way. So I'm in downtown Cedar Rapids, Iowa, in a parking spot, and I'm having a conversation with the universe, God source, the universe, and I get called out. The universe calls me out and says, look, dude, if you're not willing to go through 1,000 deaths, losses, betrayals, and disappointments, you'll never be ready for love. If you're not willing to go through 1,000 deaths, losses, heartbreaks, and betrayals, you'll never be ready for love. Like, I literally got called out on the spot for my bad behavior and the reason that I was basically miserable. It's like, dude, you're misunderstanding the lesson. The lesson isn't to run and go hide from the things that cause you hurt. The lesson is to dig in. The lesson is to build resiliency. The lesson is to become a better version of yourself as a result of them, not a lesser version of yourself. The lesson is for you to find the treasure in the pile of shit that empowers you to become a better person, become a more loving person, to become a more compassionate person, not a more protected person, not a more skeptical person, not a more cynical person, not a more scared person, and certainly not a more powerless person. And so I wish I could say that even though the message was given to me very directly and very blatantly, that I got it, but it didn't. It took me many more fucking years to go through more unnecessary hurt that I caused for myself and hurt that I caused other people that makes me emotional, because there were people that I loved that I hurt that I never intended to hurt, because I just didn't want to get hurt either. Right? I didn't want to get hurt. And I hurt people that I love that I didn't intend to hurt because I didn't want to be hurt. And so just because I got the message didn't mean that I learned the lesson in that moment. I had some more learning and experience to do. But I'll tell you this, when I got it, I fucking got it. And now I have it. And now I'll never give it away. I have it now. I've learned it. I've earned it. I fucking got it. And that's the level of intensity and resiliency and power that I hope that you guys will have when it comes to this for yourselves. Because I know a lot of you guys probably have questions about love. And you can learn from my lessons. You don't have to go through these things and learn the hard way, right? I can share this information with you. You can take my nuggets. You can take my lessons from me and not learn. It's the same concept with a book. You know, what it took someone 10 years, took someone a decade to learn, they put it into a book and you can read it in days. You can turn decades into days by reading a book. Well, it's the same type of thing. You open yourself up to the spiritual lessons that other people have learned who've gone before you in that regard, and apply that to your life. You don't have to go through all those hard lessons yourself. So that's a side message for those of you who need to hear it, but it's also my way of saying that I can relate to the humanity and the difficulty of what it's like to be a person in a very similar reading, because I've once been in that energy of what we just did for Jazzy here. The reading that I just did for Jazzy, I've been in that energy myself. And I know what it's like to be in that energy, and I know what happens when you're in that energy. And it sucks because you're not going to get what you want. And it's very confusing, and it's a very miserable existence because you know you're a good person and you can't understand why no matter what you do, it doesn't work. Nothing works. Nothing turns out for your good. Nothing turns out in your favor. And it all has to do with that concept. You know, if you're not willing to go through the pain, any amount of pain, doesn't matter. I said 1,000. If you're not willing to go 1,000 losses, deception, betrayal, heartaches, if you're not willing to go through 1,000,000, if you're not willing to go through 100 million, the number doesn't matter. The point of the message is if you're not willing to keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, because hope costs nothing, giving up costs everything. That's the point. Hope costs nothing, giving up costs everything. When you give up on love, you'll never have love. The minute that you turn that around and within yourself, you draw a line in the sand and you say, I will fucking have love. Come hell or high water. I don't care what I have to go through. I don't care what amount of pain I have to suffer through. I don't care what amount of fear, what mountain I have to climb. I don't care what the cost is. Sometimes you got to dig fucking deep inside of yourself and you have to draw a line in the sand and you have to demand what it is that you want so that the universe knows that you're meant to be taken serious. Because some of you, the universe doesn't take you serious because you don't take yourself serious. I'm just being real. And I know I can say that because I'm guilty of it. I've done this. Right? When you demand of the universe something because you demand it of yourself, the universe will take you serious and the universe will give it to you. Like, holy shit. They fucking mean it. And you'll be tested. You'll be tested because you're going to be like, oh, okay, man, wow, this is really, this makes sense. And you're going to go out and you're like, okay, well, I had a positive mindset and I did this and I did that. And then the universe is going to send you a test. They're going to send you another cheater. They're going to send you another disappointment. They're going to send you another one of those people that hurt you. And the universe is going to see if you respond differently. And you're going to have to pass that test and be like, hey, you know what? Bring it the fuck on. Bring on the cheaters, bring on the liars, bring on the betrayers, bring on the narcissists, bring them the fuck on. Let's do it. I want it. Bring it. Bring it on. And when the universe sees that you mean business, because you're demanding of yourself now, the universe isn't going to really send it to you. The universe goes, holy shit, they mean business. They want love. So what are you going to get from the universe? You're going to get the real thing. You're going to get love. Okay, who's next? Ari. My is TMI. Ari, there's no such thing as a TMI question on this feed. You know that. How would things be if... Oh, wait, hold on. I actually really look forward to your questions. How would things be if I slept with a guy that has 10 or 11 inches? Would I actually love it or hate it? Like, I know it might be painful, but that can be prevented at least from being too painful. Let's let's find out. How will it be if Ari sleeps with a guy who has a monster, gigantor, Godzilla-sized dick? Well, you're going to get karma. There's consequences. Justice is here to say there's going to be consequences. You get out of it what you put into it. That's what karma is here to say. And just so you see, I'll try to get it on the camera. That word next to my finger, to the right of my finger, says consequences. So you get out of it what you put into it. Well, we got this guy here with a big old sword, but there's it's interesting. So there's Libra energy here. So I don't know. You might prefer You might prefer, and I've never thought about this before, like applying the zodiac to the male apparatus. So maybe you would prefer Libra, what have yous. I don't know how you would determine, other than the fact that the man himself is a Libra, I wouldn't know how you would determine if his PP was a Libra PP or not. But anyway, I'll leave that up to the imagination and contemplation of you guys. You guys are probably smarter. You ladies are for sure probably smarter than me at figuring that out. Because I only have mine, you know. So I only have a relationship with mine. I only know mine. I don't know more than mine. So I don't have the level of contrast that you guys probably have. So you have the magician here. So again, yeah, it's like basically, it's what you make of it. That's what the universe is saying. It's like, it's what you make of it. However, there is like a level of contemplation here. So you might want to rethink it, or it's basically, it's one of two things with the not the magician, with the hermit here. So the hermit card here at the bottom of the deck is saying you either need to contemplate this, like realistically think about trying to just the mechanics of it, the capability of your body to receive something like that. So you might need to think through that a little bit more. And if it's not that, then it's saying it might be a spiritual experience. So it could go either way. You might need to rethink it, or if you end up with a dude with a gigantor, alien horse size, what have you, it might not be a very spiritual experience. You might look for an air sign, or you might look for a Virgo to have that experience with. Now, I will say underneath that we do have the Five of Cups, which is regret. So again, I'm gonna leave it up to you to decide here, because this is somebody who regrets what they've done. So you might need to think about this, contemplate this before taking action, because it may be a regrettable situation for you, or maybe it'll be a spiritual experience for you. It's gonna be one or the other. One or the other for you, Ari. So yeah, mixed messages. So basically, you're just gonna have to take the risk. You're gonna have to jump off the cliff. You're gonna have to take the risk, and then you're gonna have to report back to all of us here on my channel and let us know what it's like to be with a man who has an 11-inch cock, because we all want to know. We're dying to know. We're dying to know. Okay, I think we have a donation. Rhoda donated. Yeah, that's true. You did get 2 major arcana, so obviously it's a big deal. No pun intended. Yeah, look, everybody needs to know. Like, everybody in the chat wants to know. So, if you find the guy with the guy gigantor, like the size of my arm, the gigantor cock, and you try it out, you got to come back and tell us. Jean disapproves. She's like, nope. She's like, I'll take the 2 inches. Jean's like, 2 inches is good enough for me. Everybody that just joins, like, what in the actual living hell is this channel? If you're new, welcome to Human Innovation Tarot. This is how we roll here. This is actually very PG. Tonight's actually very PG. I'm in a very PG mood tonight. You come in here on the right night, It gets very rated R very quickly. Super rare. Well, I'd like smaller. Bigger is not fun. That's true. You only need like this much to get to the G spot, anyways. So, like, from what I hear from women, the extra is just, it's, I mean, it's extra, but it's not needed. It's like, it's kind of pointless. So, Kelsey is like, I'm sure those nights are more fun. I mean, they are. I'm not gonna lie. They are. But it's just, I don't always control the mood that I show up in when I show up. Anyway. And a big one can reach more spots. I don't have I don't have a what's that saying? Like I don't have a card in that game. I wouldn't know. I can hardly pick my nose, so I love the conversation that this has opened up in the chat. Okay, where's Rhoda? Rhoda, you said you donated. You can ask your question. Also, just want to say welcome to everybody that's new, that's joining in. Please like, share, subscribe, all the things. If you would like to skip the queue, the information is in the description box for those of you that are just joining in. Rhoda is here. What is my current family situation? What is my current family situation trying to teach me? Okay, I want to just really quick. I want to brag really quick. I want to brag on Rhoda. This question is the ideal question, in my opinion, for what this tool is meant for. Like, you will get the most out of any card or tarot reading when you ask powerful questions like that. So I just want to brag on Rhoda for a second in that regard. That's a very, very powerful question. Okay. I'm going to use another deck here in just a second as well. But before I use the other deck, we're gonna talk about these three cards, which there's actually a really profound meaning that's going on here. So I'm gonna have to try to like consolidate the message, and not consolidate it in the sense of like water it down, but just I could probably talk for 2 hours about this. Like what these three cards, the information coming to me just on these three cards, I could do a whole big long ordeal on this. All right, I just want to put this one. Yeah. So that'll be the one that we use just a second. I just didn't want to forget. Okay. So first off, you have leadership. So the situation that you're meant to learn about with your family situation here is teaching you about your own power, how to basically be the leader of your own life. And this is actually tying over here to this the children card here. So we have children here, and then the center card is celebration, by the way. So I know you can't really see. This is a deck that I made for myself. So, you know, I chose a font. I mean, I can see it off camera. You guys obviously can't see it very well on camera, but whatever. Nobody else is ever going to see these cards because you can't buy this deck. Anyways, I just wanted to show you the cards really quick so you knew what they were. This card says leadership. This card says celebration. This card says children. So the situation that you're experiencing with your family is meant to empower you, to teach you about who you are, what your powers are, what your spiritual gifts and talents are. And it's related to this children card being out here on the table has two different meanings. On the one hand, you're meant to understand and learn. There's lessons here related to your childhood. So whatever relationship that you've had with your family since your childhood, whether you've had childhood wounds or childhood abuse, childhood drama, whatever it is, I don't know. You'll know what this is. But there are things that go all the way back to your childhood that have followed you throughout your life, the history of your life, up to this point of where you are now, that are tied to you becoming this leader, right? So, in other words, the universe is wanting you to start making connections to the two. So the universe is saying, hey, do you see now? Do you see where these things that happened into your childhood? I call it the foreshadow effect. So let me explain this really quick. So the foreshadow effect is when is always happening. It's a type of synchronicity. There's multiple synchronicities that we have in life. This is one of a multitude of or types of synchronicities that we experience. It's called the foreshadow effect. And so what the foreshadow effect is we are always experiencing something where we are right now that is an indicator of something that will be relevant in our future. Most of the time, we're not aware of what that thing is in our present moment. So for me, there are things that are occurring in my life right now that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now, when I look back, I'm going to go, holy shit. That thing back in 2024 was a foreshadow of something that got me to here where I am now. So when you start looking back and over this course of your life, you'll notice this foreshadow effect. You'll start to notice, oh my God, this thing that was happening when I was this old was foreshadowing this thing that happened when I was that old. And then when I got to there was this thing that happened that was foreshadowing this thing. And this thing was foreshadowing something that was going to happen this many years forward. And you'll start to see a pattern of foreshadows that were occurring in your life. And the reason that we experience these foreshadows is to give you faith and confidence that, again, the universe has always been with you. The universe has always had your back. And that that failure isn't real. Failure is an illusion. There's no such thing as failure, right? Actually, I have a pen. I'm going to show you something really quick. I just got to grab a pen to show you all how this works. Because when I got this revelation for myself, it just made more sense with the visual aid. I just had to grab a pen and a piece of paper. Okay. So here's the cycles of life. If my pen will work. God damn it. All right. So here's the cycle of life. Life is what we call a set of fractals. So as we all know, life is never always good and life is never always bad. There are mountaintops and there are valleys, right? And that's what we're seeing here. So up here we have the mountaintop, and down here we have the valleys. So right there on the screen, the M up here is the mountaintops. Those are the highs in life. Well, we never stay up here at the mountain. Life eventually follows this trajectory, and we go down inevitably into a valley time of life, right? But we don't stay in the valley forever. Eventually, we move back up over here to the next mountaintop up here. And then eventually, we're going to go through a hardship. We'll go back down to a valley. And then we eventually would go back up here to a mountaintop, and that's the cycles of life, right? And so this is how failure is an illusion. So we assume as humans, that when things are good, we're doing great. We're successful, we're abundant, blah, 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 right? So up here at the mountaintop, I put an X up here next to it. Here we are, up here at the mountaintop with the X. We think life is good. And then when we end up on the backside, or the downside, we're going down into the valley. So we've kind of gone this way. We've been up at this mountaintop. We came down through this valley. We're up here at this mountaintop. We came down into this valley. We went up to the second mountaintop. And here we are, right here. I'm going to put an X here. Here we are. Our life is starting to fall apart. Shit is hitting the fan. We were on the mountaintop, and now things are starting to go downhill, right? Well, it would be easy for us to assume that, well, up here on this mountaintop back here, we had it all together. Life was great. I was successful. I wasn't a failure. I was good enough. A, B, C, X, Y, Z, right? But here's the real truth. This is the illusion. This mountaintop is the illusion. Just like going into the valley, and the concept of failure is also illusion. Here's the reality. You are further along here when things are going downhill for you. You're further along in your evolution here when things are not working out for you than you were here. This version of you at a downside or at your worst. So let's go there. So I'm going to put a really big X here. So here, I'll put a really big X. Here you are. You've hit rock bottom. You are a shell of yourself. You've completely collapsed. You're making terrible decisions. You're getting terrible outcomes in life. Your whole life is a shit show. You've hit rock bottom here. Nothing in your life is going good. Nothing. And you're looking back in your past and you're going, yeah, once upon a time I used to be this and that. I was successful. I was good enough. You know, I had my shit together. I was a good person. Life was really great. All the way back here. And now you're judging yourself for being at the bottom, hitting rock bottom. Nothing's going good. When the truth is, you're further along here. You're further along here in your evolution and advancement than you ever were back here. This version of you at your worst is still way better than this version of you at your best. Because this version of you at this mountaintop way back here was based on your limited knowledge and experience as this version of you. This was a much younger, outdated version of you. Sure, that might have been the best, the pinnacle of that moment, the pinnacle of that person and that experience. But here, you're 100 times more evolved, even though the experience that you're having in that moment isn't ideal. Just like when you come up here and you get to the new mountaintop, you'll be further along at this mountaintop than you were down here at this valley. And on and on and on and on and on it goes. So why am I showing you all this this analogy? The reason I'm sharing this analogy with you guys is because we fall into this whole illusion of failure. When life starts to go, when life doesn't look the way that we expect it to, we start to project meaning onto that experience, and we create a narrative and a story that we reflect back onto ourselves. In other words, we start to take responsibility necessarily for things that we're not responsible for, or we don't take enough responsibility for things that we are responsible for. And so we get lost. We don't see the forest through the trees because we're misinterpreting and misdiagnosing what it is that we're meant to learn, which brings us all back here to Rhoda's question, which is there's no such thing as failure if you understand this concept of this foreshadow effect, because when you look back over your life, here are all the foreshadows. All these things that were happening for you throughout, like if I put a bunch of little dashes like this, I'm just going to put a bunch of dashes. I'm going to go over here and put a bunch of dashes. I'm going to go over here and put a bunch of dashes. All right. So if all of these dashes that I just drew on this represent synchronicity, signs, events, foreshadows, well, let's say that this little dash right up here is a foreshadow to an event that you have here. Or what if this dash is a foreshadow to an event that you have way down here? Right? That's the purpose of the foreshadow effect. The foreshadow effect is for you to look back at what happened back here to remind you of what all you've been through to get to here, so you understand you have a measurement of your spiritual evolution. Because if you lose sight of your spiritual evolution, you'll fall into the illusion that you've not spiritually evolved. You haven't grown. You haven't adapted. Or it prevents us from reaching in and extracting the spiritual nuggets from the experiences that are meant to empower us so that we can live the life that we were meant to have, the life that would empower us to give us our fulfillment. Hence the beautiful, wonderful question that Rhoda asked. So how does that teaching apply to us collectively, but also to you personally for Rhoda? So in your life, this leadership element was being foreshadowed to you through an experience that you had as a child. And so that was a really long explanation to basically say that you're being taught leadership. You're being taught to awaken the spiritual leader within. And this goes all the way back to things that were foreshadowed in your childhood. So if you start to review your life and going back and going back and going back and looking for the foreshadows, those things will be the confirmations of what has brought you here. They'll be the confirmations you need to know who and what type of leader you were meant to be. And all this has been playing out through your family, right? Which is why we've landed here at the celebration. Now, why is the celebration card here? Well, the celebration card is a play on words or a metaphor for essentially gratitude. So you're being taught how to learn and appreciate things through the concept of through contrast. Most people don't understand the spiritual concept of what contrast really is. They just know that, they know what the definition of the word contrast means, but they don't understand how it fleshes itself out in a spiritual way in our life. So, like the only reason that we know something tastes good is because we know that there's something that tastes bad. The only reason that we understand that there's pain is because we've experienced something the only reason that we experience pleasure is because we've experienced something that's painful, right? And so while we've all experienced that reality, we're not consciously aware of it. We can't look at our life and go, what is contrast teaching me? Because we learn more through contrast than we do through the opposite of. In other words, we learn more through pain than we do through pleasure. But ironically, the paradox is we avoid pain more than we seek pleasure. We will do more as human beings. This is a psychological fact. We will do more to avoid pain than we will to gain pleasure. But on a spiritual level, the lessons that we're meant to learn and the content of our most powerful growth is always in the pain, not in the pleasure. So when you lean into the things that are painful, when you go searching for the treasure in the pile of shit, as I like to call it, you're doing the more spiritual thing. But that's not what most people are wired for. Most people will do more to run away from pain. Or they have a traumatic experience and they don't want to sit in that experience to extract the treasure from the pile of shit because it's too painful. But unfortunately, and again, I'm not the one who made this up. You know, I've just learned it through my whole life. The gold, the treasure is always in the pile of shit. It's always in the pain. It's always in the fear. It's always, you know, there's a saying for it. Joseph Campbell, the treasure you seek is in the cave you fear to enter. So the celebration card here is another way of saying that. The treasure you seek is in the cave you fear to enter. Well, what is it that you're seeking? This contrast, this pain, the hurdles, obstacles, and struggles that you've experienced through your family have been the purpose of them have been to teach you gratitude and appreciation for the lessons that the painful experiences contain so that you can learn to stand in your power and become the leader of your own life. And when you become the leader of your own life, you've stepped into a role of leadership because now you can inspire others to do the same thing that you've done, which will help you to set other people free from the same types of disempowering situations they've experienced in their childhood. But this is also referring to, and I don't know, because I don't know you, but if you have a passion for children or you work with children or anything having to do with children, or you're a mother or whatever that looks like for you, the other side of this card or the other side of this energy talks about your ability to now take all the lessons that you've learned and be the leader and teacher for the next generation so that this generation doesn't have to learn and go through the same shit that you went through to learn the same things. That's the beauty of being a leader. That's me being able to come out here and share with the world, hey, I went through this. This is what I've learned. This is what in teaching people what to do so that they don't have to go through that experience and learn the hard way themselves. I'm saving them the hassle and the time and the energy from having to learn things that they don't have to learn by going through it themselves. They can just learn through me and the things that I've done, right? So at the core and the essence of your reading, that's really what the situation is about. Now, on a more intrinsic or detailed level, I've got these cards, and these cards are actually freaking they're accurate as hell, but they're also like the messages on these with these cards are super empowering. And I am going to have to read the brief descriptions for you because I don't have these cards memorized. The artwork is atrocious. I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of the artwork. And the words that are on the cards, the description on the cards are very bizarre. So, but the meanings behind the cards themselves are amazing. Anything else? All right, that's too many. So I'll take the two that were up, they're face up. And I'll put these two back in. Okay. So in addition to everything that I've said, the spiritual lesson that you were meant to learn as a result of this. All right, so this first card, I mean, there's nothing really to show here other than the atrocious artwork. Like, I think a bunch of people just got really high on mushrooms and then just started painting shit. But this one's called Let Your Dreams Be Woven True. And this card is all about the essential meaning is the card of the Dream Weavers is co-creation, partnership with the divine powers, Trusting your dreams will be in alignment with your soul's destiny, which again, this leadership card is really about that. It's about your destiny, your purpose in life. And surrendering your will to a higher power. So yeah, this is essentially your dreams, your higher power, this leadership energy, essentially. So the spiritual meaning is just being repeated here. You have a spiritual calling, a spiritual destiny on your life to extract the treasure from the pile of shit that you've experienced as a result of all the family stuff that you've gone through, looking back over your life, seeing the foreshadow effect of it all, realizing like, oh my God, there was something. You're just pulling out the treasure, pulling out the treasures, finding all the treasures that are applicable for you and relating it to your higher calling, your higher purpose. All right, the next card is called If the Fox Can't Find His Tail, which, again, I had no clue, like a bunch of really high people or something. All right, this card means digging deep into your own authentic knowing, avoiding compromise, or chasing your tail. So, this is really, to me, this again is just more confirmation about not staying on the surface of any of the things that have happened to you. That's what most people do. Such and such hurt me. They betrayed me. Well, just like I mentioned, my ex-wife left me for my best friend. If that's all that I took away from it, if that's the only thing that I take away from all of my losses, my pains, my betrayals, all the bad shit that's ever happened to me, if all I take away is, well, that sucked, that hurt, and I need to protect myself, I can't trust people, people suck, people can't be trusted, love hurts you, ABC, XYZ. If that's the only meaning that I take away from it, I'm screwed. I haven't learned shit. But that's what most people do. Most people, they just see the bad, they take the bad, they inherit the bad, and they identify with the bad. They don't look for the empowering meaning in everything, right? So they can't extract and find their power because those things are there as lessons, and lessons are another type of synchronicity, which I can't, I'll go into a whole other sermon if I talk about that. So this next card is called All the Shoes Fell from the Sky. And so the meaning of this card is waiting for the other shoe to drop, expectation of failure as a means of self-sabotage, fear of success, and not trusting good fortune. You can't make this shit up. It's literally everything that I just said. This card literally was everything that I literally just said. Most people, they have a bad experience, and then they just continue to expect bad experiences. It's like, well, someone, this person cheated on me, the next person cheated on me, the next person cheated on me, so everybody's a cheater now, right? And it's like, no, the reason you keep getting cheaters is because you refuse to go into that experience to figure out what the cheating experience is teaching you. And until you figure out why you keep attracting cheaters into your life, you're going to keep getting cheaters. That's just how it is, right? And so this card is basically saying to change your perception, change your paradigm, change the way that you look at life so that from now on, moving forward, you can extract the treasure from the pile of shit. And one last thing that I will point out, these two cards are very similar in color. There's something here about sunsets. There's something here about sunsets and gratitude. There's a spiritual meaning, and I don't know if you wrote it, I don't know if you look at sunsets or you used to go look at sunsets, but there's something here about going out, and when you see a beautiful sunset, maybe even a it could be either or, the universe wants you to start paying attention to that. These are moments where the universe wants you to stop what you're doing, no matter what you're doing, and go and sit and open yourself up to receive insights and downloads. And as you gaze upon the sunset and you take in the beauty of that, the stillness, that peace, just you and the sunset and the universe, you're going to receive spiritual insights. But also, these are the moments to stop and get regrounded into gratitude and appreciation, a moment of reflection. And everybody works and operates differently, right? But for you, what I'm getting is moments of reflection will bring moments of clarity. So like some people, for example, you know, for them, it's like when you're in the shower and they're taking a shower and people talk about how they're in the shower and that's when they'll get downloads. A lot of people who wrote, hit songs, they've come up with movie ideas or whatever. They were in the shower. There's something about shutting your mind off and being in that kind of non-thinking zone, right? That's for you. There's something about you going out and watching sunsets. It will give you that experience, and the universe will talk to you, communicate with you in those moments, if that makes sense to you. So the universe is telling you, if you haven't been doing that, or maybe you stopped doing it, you need to start doing that thing again, but doing it with that understanding that reflection is your clarity. And I don't know why I'm being specifically told to use that term, but reflection is your clarity. So as you reflect in those moments, you will gain clarity about the things in your life from a spiritual standpoint. Because I actually think you're actually a lot more psychic and empathic than you realize you are. You definitely have a spiritual. You have a spiritual sensitivity more than the average person, if that makes sense. I hope that was helpful for you. There's one other thing, Rhoda, that just came to me. One other thing that came to me. I'm being told that if there's anyone that you've had a really difficult time like forgiving, the universe is saying it's time. Like, and I think people don't realize that there's levels to forgiveness that are sometimes unconscious. Like for me, there were times like I've forgiven people who've done things to me, right, in my past. But then as I grew and evolved, something would show up in my life that was tied back to that thing that I thought that I had forgiven that person for. It showed up again. And what I realized is that because as I went deeper into myself and as I grew and I evolved, more damage was exposed within me as a result of what that person had done. And when I came across the new damage, because I went deeper, another level of forgiveness was necessary. And so I think a lot of times we hear people talk about forgiveness and we think it's a one and done. Like, okay, yeah, I forgave them. But then something shows up again, right? And so it might be a process. You may find yourself evolving and growing, and then things being exposed within you. And you're like, oh, wow, that's tied to that person that I forgave back there. And the universe is saying, it's okay, we'll just forgive them again. Forgive them at this level. And if you get to another level and something else shows up, forgive them at that level. And just keep doing it until it's just gone. And you've basically evolved through all the levels and all the layers, and you've forgiven all the levels and all the layers, if that makes sense. All right. Who is up next? You're so welcome. Thanks for the donation, and thanks for coming and checking out the channel. I appreciate you, Roto. You got this. You're a badass. Kelsey Wells is on the deck. And I gotta find what I'm gonna listen to next. Will Jay and I reconnect and get into a future? Will Jay and I reconnect and get into a relationship in the future? Okay, let's take a look at Kelsey and Jay. Future potential outcome for Kelsey and Jay, please. I'm going to say yes. I mean, I'm going to say yes, but there is a yes, but. So let's run through this really quick. So the first card out we have is influence. So there's something that's influencing this, or maybe you need to influence. This is the question mark that I have. The energy off this card is not very clear to me. I'm gonna have to check on that. The second card is courage. This is like the strength card in tarot. It's basically saying, hey, you're gonna have to have courage and strength, and to go through this, because there's a process. It's implied in the cards. There's a process that's implied here. So it may not be overnight, and even if you and Jay do come back, which I do see because the success card is here. So this is a big yes. Just put it out there. This is more or less a very big yes. Success. However, the full story, like if I were just to leave it here, this would look like a too good to be true reading. You'd be like, oh yeah, look, just, hang in there, don't give up, and sure, it's going to happen. Like I could just leave it at that, but that's not the reality. There's more to it, right? So the bottom of the deck, we have the male. So here he is. That's the card. It's and I know you can't see the word, but it says male. So that's obviously referring to him. Soul contract. You have a soul contract with him. Now this soul contract card is it's the strongest type of soul contract you can have. So some people will call it like your twin flame. It's like the strongest, the most profound type of relationship you can have. Underneath that, you have passion. So you and him are obviously very passionate together, attracted to each other. The sex is probably mind-blowing. You have all the things. This is where things start to get a little bit what's the word I want to say? This is where things start to get a little bit hairy. So this is trauma. There's some type of trauma. Something has happened between you and him, or you brought trauma into this relationship. He brought trauma into this relationship. You both brought trauma into this relationship from the past. And So it's one or the other or all of the above. But there's some level of trauma that has impacted this relationship, and it's still present. And it's buried at the bottom of the deck underneath 1, 2, 3, 4 cards, which is telling me that it's something that you guys are not aware of because it's buried. It's a few layers deep within you guys. So it's not something you guys are consciously aware of at the level you need to be aware of. You may know you have problems. Like, that's pretty obvious. When your relationship isn't working, it's obvious you have problems. But what the problems that people experience are typically symptoms, not the cause, right? And we live in a culture that focuses on symptoms and not root causes. Well, the trauma card here is referring to the root cause of why you've been having problems within this relationship with him. Okay. So, and this is just, again, like a surface level read. So this is just saying, hey, yeah, there's shit that you guys need to figure out within yourselves if you want this relationship to work in the future. Now, those problems could be related to family issues or past family issues. But this card also has a second meaning, saying that there's a possibility for you and him to come together and start a family in the future. Or maybe you already have a family with him. I don't know. It could be one, the other, or all the above. Underneath that, you got to stop doing this. Overthinking. Overthinking is going to get you nowhere. So this card right here is the beginning of the end for almost anyone. The minute you start overthinking, you create a void. Because overthinking it never accomplishes anything. You're basically, because we're all the magician in tarot. Let me find the card. Very important to understand this. I might just leave this card out on the table for the rest of the night. Yeah. Okay. So here's the magician. This is all of us. We are all the magician. We are all capable of creating infinite possibilities within this reality. We all have, I know it's kind of hard to see due to the reflection here, but on the table, we all have the tools, all the tools and resources we need. The 4 elements are represented by the items on the table. The cups, the swords, the wands, and the pentacles. And then the magician is pointing up with the staff saying, hey, I'm connected to the spiritual realm. And the magician is pointing their finger down to the ground saying, I understand that it is within me and my power to create my reality, to call the things up here in the infinite and the invisible world into existence, into my physical reality. So how does that relate to overthinking? Well, so when we overthink, we are using our power, whether we realize it or not. We're using our power to create a vortex or a void of energy that can go nowhere, right? So all energy, when you look at it from a quantum level or metaphysical level, either expands or contracts. So we are a form of energy that came into this reality to expand. The purpose of all growth, anything that's healthy and alive is a process of expansion. Contraction is when we experience suffering. All suffering is some form of energetic contraction. So when you overthink, you are creating a vortex of contraction. You're creating disempowering thoughts that aren't even real. That's why the acronym for fear is false evidence appearing real. You're projecting your power. You're using your power of imagination in the invisible realm to manifest things in this real world. So you have to be careful about what you think, because thoughts become things, right? That's where that whole concept comes from. So the more that you camp out in this overthinking energy, the more that you influence your reality. So, the most powerful force in the universe is influence. because everything is a form of influence, right? If somebody says, well, love is the most powerful force in the universe. Well, love is a form of influence. Fear is a form of influence. And everything in this world is influencing something else on a conscious level or an unconscious level, right? So when you go to the store, there are things that you're consciously aware of that are influencing you, things that you're not consciously aware of that are influencing you. The air that you're breathing is influencing your body. When you exhale, the carbon monoxide is influencing the world out here. The temperature that affects your body is influencing you, right? The water that rains on the ground influences the plants, and the plants influence the atmosphere. Everything is an ecosystem of influence, whether it's in the invisible realm or in the tangible realm. And we are the magicians. We're the ones who are operating and functioning in the realm of influence. We're the ones that are determining what the power of influence creates or manifests, basically, right? So the longer you stay in here, the more that you influence and empower basically this shit right here. So the first thing that you need to do, despite the fact that they're, again, overall, this relationship, the outcome of this relationship does look good. There is the potential for success, and I have to use that word potential, the potential outcome, because it is a potential. Nothing is ever set in stone. So the potential outcome here is based on your ability to understand how you are energetically influencing your reality and influencing this situation. And if you're not getting the results that you seek, then you need to change your approach and the way that you're influencing the situation through your thoughts and through your energy. Okay? So it's not just your thoughts alone, but it's the energetic vibration that you feel as a result of your thoughts, because those two things influence each other. If you're having negative thoughts, then you're probably in a negative state, right? When you change your state, it's the same reason why you can't be happy and depressed at the same time, right? So one of the things that I learned when I was going through learning all life coaching, psychology, human behavior, and all the things, is the power of what's called a pattern interrupt. And this is beneficial for all of you guys, by the way. So when you get stuck in a negative pattern, whether it's anxiety, whether it's depression, whatever it is, but you find yourself in a negative state, what you want to do, or what I would suggest doing, is interrupt your own pattern with something humorous. So for me, I know what that is. I know what I can go to. I know what I can go look up online, and it will make me laugh every time. And the minute you start laughing, it instantly changes your entire state. You can't be depressed and laughing your ass off at the same time. So the more aware you become, Kelsey, about this energy and the way that this overthinking energy is hijacking your emotional state, you can use a hack like that. You can find something to change your state, to make yourself laugh, get yourself into a positive vibration, and that positive energy is going to have a positive impact or a positive influence in helping you get the success that you want, but more importantly, helping you overcome this. Because right now, this is fueling this. Now, that doesn't mean that Jay doesn't have his own issues, or that he doesn't have shit that he has to work on, or shit that he brings to the table, but Jay isn't here. I can't talk to him. I can't speak with him. You're here. I can only talk to you. And it wouldn't matter if Jay was here or not, because you can only control you. You can only control. You can't control anything that he does or doesn't do or chooses to do or chooses not to do. So instead of relying upon somebody else, putting your power in somebody else's hands to create the outcome that you desire, you can take your power by the balls, and you can say, well, I know the outcome that I desire. And I really like what he said about this being a success. I really like what he said about us having this soul contract. I really like what he said about us having this passion and this intensity. And I really liked, maybe I really like what he said about potentially having a future and a family. So if any of that sounds good to you, this is you stepping into your power and learning and understanding that influence is the most powerful force in the universe, and the power of that influence rests in your hands. And what you need to do is to use that power to stop doing this. And when you stop doing this, you'll stop feeding that. And when you stop feeding that, you'll start having this success. So, answer to your a long answer to a short question. Are you going to have? Are you and Jay going to get back together? I'm going to say yes. I'm going to give you a conservative 85% chance with room for growth and improvement to go from an 85% chance success rate to a 95% chance success rate if you do this. If you own your power as the magician and you do everything that I just said. If you do that, then I think that you will boost the chances of this going in the direction that you desire and working in your favor. Now, one last thing I'm going to tell you. There is another energy attached to this courage card, which is faith. You have, in other words, what do I mean? Faith is the belief and the response or the trust that you have, knowing that as long as you do your part, the universe will do its part. You are responsible for doing your part of the deal. The universe will take care of the other part. Now, a lot of people become control freaks. We want to micromanage the universe, and we want to, well, the universe needs to do it the way that I want it to be done. It doesn't work that way. So there are certain things about this that you can't control. You don't get to control him. You don't get to control the timing. There's lots of things that you don't get to control. At best, you get to influence. Okay? The most powerful force that you have as the magician is the power to influence. You can influence this outcome to occur faster and all of that. So, but there is a level of faith and a level of trust where you have to let go and surrender and go, okay, I'm doing my part. I have to step back, be at peace, stop overthinking, and trust the universe to do what I can't do, which is deal with him. Okay. So, hopefully that makes sense. And while I wait for Manny Delgado, I'm going to pull a random quick little message here for everybody. I'm just going to reach my hand into the spiritual ashtray of what have you. All right, so let me pull out 3. You're so welcome, Kelsey. And for everybody that's just joining in, if you don't mind, please like, share, and subscribe, and all the things. All right, so let's take a look at our little mini message here. So the mini message here is, some of you guys, we got the 7 of Cups. Some of you guys have been weighing up decisions, options, and choices, or you've been confused about certain situations. We have the 9 of Swords. You've been worrying yourself to death, freaking out over having... not knowing what decision, option, or choice you need to make, or overstimulated by the fact that you have decisions, options, and choices to make, or uncertain, embracing uncertainty or confusion about things. So, everything that I just said to Kelsey applies to you now. Not overthinking, not getting yourself into this 9 of Swords energy. And the last card we have is the 8 of Pentacles, which is all about you all learning to work on yourselves, prioritizing your personal development, prioritizing your health, your personal growth, your spirituality. The more clear that things become, and the more clear things become, the less you'll spend time here in the 7 of Cups, and then you won't have to experience this 9 of Swords. Okay, so Gene, I think. Okay. Oh, it's Gene's turn. Okay. May I ask who all is coming towards me on love for the rest of the year, and why using tarot, please? I never resonate with oracle cards for some reason. Okay. I'm going to use this brand new, fancy, shiny tarot deck that I have not used. Brand new, just for you, Gene. Who all is coming towards me in love? All right. Who is coming towards Gene in love for the rest of the year? Oh, snap. Well, you got new love, Ace of Cups. So you got at least one new love option, at least one. We have a Page of Wands here. Now, it did kind of come out in reverse, but it spun, so I'm going to leave it upright. So, looks like you've got something exciting coming in. Some fun, flirting, exciting times here. Seven of Wands in reverse. So, yeah, putting your guards down. You know what's interesting about this is I'm actually getting an energy that... the energy that I'm getting with this is this person is going to bypass your defenses in a way. How do I want to describe this? It's like how do I describe this? So it's like when you meet this person, whoever this person is, when you meet this person, it's almost like you're going to have this moment of realization where it's like, I have no defenses towards this person, and it's almost like I couldn't have my defenses against this person even if I tried. So this person like disarms you in a way. It's like that's the energy. Like this person's energy somehow just disarms you, and so I feel like you're going to feel really safe around this person. And it's a natural thing, but I think it's also going to catch you by surprise because it's almost like a feeling. I get a sense that it's a feeling that you've never experienced before, or not experienced in the way that you're going to experience it with this person. Because at the bottom of the deck, we have Seven of Swords. And so I feel like this is kind of what you're used to. You've had a lot of these experiences, lies, deception, cheating, betrayal, but this is also kind of like a withholding energy too, where it's like the disappointments that you've had in your life have left you in kind of a skeptical place where you're kind of like, it's not easy. Like you just don't fall for things easily anymore. Like people can come in and they can bullshit you. They can say what they want to say to you and all that stuff. And you're just like, I'm not easily swayed by what people say anymore, right? I'm not even really easily swayed by what people do because, people can behave and act a certain way when things are going good, especially at the early stages of a relationship. In my experience, it takes about 90 days for people to start really showing who they are. Give or take. About 90 days, give or take, for people to start exposing their real selves. So let's see what else. Who else? Who's coming in? Who's coming in for Jane? All right. We have a Tower. So this could happen very suddenly, very unexpected. Like I don't think you're going to see this coming. Yeah, I don't think you're going to see this coming. I don't think you're going to see this coming, even though I'm telling you that you're not going to see this coming. You're going to be like, well, I know it's coming now because you just told me it's coming. And you're still not going to see it coming. This is going to catch you off guard. And what's interesting, it's not just that this person is going to catch you off guard. Again, the effect that this person has on you is going to catch you off guard. Okay, so we have the High Priestess. So I think that you're slowly but surely going to start to sense that you may have a spiritual connection with this person, which would explain why you're incapable of having why your defenses have no effect with this person. That's part of it. So yeah, you're gonna have a spiritual connection with this person. Your intuition's gonna be screaming at you. You're gonna be letting you know, like, hey, here they are. Here's your Ace of Cups right here. Intuition screaming at you. This is your Ace of Cups. So you're gonna know. Now, whether or not you lean into that knowing is obviously would be up to you, but your intuition is going to tell you 100% that this person is the person for you. Let's see what these other cards are. Could be a Pisces. I don't know. All right, now we have the Queen of Coins. I forget what you said your sign is. So Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn energy is here. We have the Four of Swords here. And we have the World, which is Capricorn, Aquarius energy. So we have Pisces and Capricorn. We have Scorpio, Aries here with the Tower. Let's see what else. And so I don't know. I forget every time. I gotta like remember this, that you've told me this like 100 times, and I don't know why I fucking forget your sign. But I forgot what sign you are. But whatever is about to go down, I feel that you're going to be moved into this energy. So the Queen of Pentacles is a grounded energy. It's like this person is going to give you the sense of security that you've been looking for, because they're consistent. They follow through, right? Like you're going to start to, as you get more comfortable in this energy of I can't have defenses against this person, and the trust and the rapport builds with him, you start to turn into this. You start to transform into the Queen of Pentacles, so to speak. Your energy changes. You become more grounded. You become, what's that like? I'm trying to think of the better word. Like, you start to embody a sense of feminine energy, of like knowing what it's like to be protected and provided for, and being grounded and feeling that sense of stability because you have a healthy person, a healthy masculine who actually knows how to treat you. And that's going to be very healing and comforting for you with the Four of Swords, because it's been a while. The Four of Swords is like, hey, it's been a while since I felt this. And so it's going to have a very therapeutic effect, which basically, is all the things. So this person is all the things. The World card, they have all the things. There's nothing missing from this person. They're not missing any of the qualities or anything. And they're going to give you a sense of wholeness with the World energy here. And it's also representing the end of a cycle, end of a period of waiting, searching, and all that stuff. So, you're not going to, when you meet this person, that's it. Like, you're not going to be single and searching anymore. You're going to be done with that phase of your life. That's right. You're a Leo like my mom. So all I just got to remember is that Jean is my mom. You're my mother. You're a Leo. So I think that you're going to have a lot of clarity here. We got the Knight of Swords. So there's a few energies on this card. The first one I'm getting is you're going to have a lot of clarity, a lot of spiritual clarity with the High Priestess, like we talked about, because your defenses aren't going to be up. So you're not going to be viewing this person through the eyes of self-preservation. Your intuition is going to be screaming at you. and you're going to have a lot of clarity. Now, on his side of the Knight of Swords energy, he's also going to have the same level of clarity, and he's going to be determined. So he's going to come in and he's going to realize that, you know, you're what he wants, and he's coming after you, and there's no second guessing. Like this is him having, being resolute. Like, I know what I want, and I'm going for it, and nothing's going to stop me. All right, what else can you tell me? One flipped on the table. All right, so we get the Page of Pentacles. So like a you know, like kind of like a repeat, like a repeat message, similar message to the Ace of Cups and the Page of Wands, but just saying, hey, you know, this is a solid investment, a solid new beginning here. This person's going to come in, and they're going to offer you something stable. So again, like just a similar message here. Okay, we have the Three of Swords in reverse. This is amazing. This marks the end of a period of heartbreak. An era of heartbreak and heartache is over for you. We have the World, and now we have the Three of Swords in reverse. This person isn't going to hurt you. You're not going to have to go through heartache, pain, and suffering anymore. We have a King of Wands. So we have a divine counterpart energy for you. You're the Queen of Wands. We have a King of Wands, Leo, Sagittarius, Aries. So, you know, again, the sign doesn't really matter. He doesn't have to be a fire sign, but he embodies all the characteristics and traits that you find attractive, basically. He's going to be charismatic, magnetic, sexy, attractive, all the things. He could be a fire sign, though. I might pull a few extra cards on that. Oh, damn it, they keep falling on the floor. Okay, we have the Five of Pentacles. So I feel like he's been through some shit too. So this is both of you. So there's a level of relatability when you meet this guy, because he's been hurt in the past with the Three of Swords. He's gone through a phase, a period of taking a time out. You know, he probably hasn't been dating anybody. He hasn't met anybody, you know, and he's just kind of been focused on himself in the meantime. So you guys have both, what I'm seeing is you guys have both been on a very similar timeline. And I think that you're going to be, when you meet this person and you guys start talking and getting to know each other, I think you guys are going to start to realize you have a bunch of things that are parallel, and it's going to catch you up. You're like, wow, you lived here, or you had this happen to you, or you're going to start to notice you guys have very, very similar stories, very similar experiences. And I think it's going to be almost a little eerie, like almost bizarre. And, I don't say that lightly, because I mean, I know like you're a spiritual person, but like I think it's going to be mind blowing. You're like, holy shit, this is crazy how much we relate and have in common. You know, and so with that Five of Pentacles being there is just again saying that you guys have both been through a lot of shit, and that you're gonna have a sensitivity to each other and an understanding towards each other because of the fact that you both understand each other's pains, because you've both been through those things, you know. Okay, so now we have this King of Swords now. So Libra, Gemini, Aquarius energy. So this person obviously with the Knight of Swords energy there as well, same energy. They could be an air sign, they don't have to be, but this person is somebody you can trust. They're not going to bullshit you. They're honest. You know, I think they're, what's interesting is the energy I'm getting off of this also has something to do with maybe their profession. I can't I can't pinpoint it, and I usually don't get messages that specific. But I don't know. He could, whatever his job is, it could be something that's more intellectual based or communication based or something. I don't know. So he could work in technology, software. He could work in law. There's so many possibilities with that. Yeah, and then we have the Ten of Swords in reverse. So this is the end. This is the Ten of Swords in reverse. Is again, it's two messages. It's marking the end of a difficult, painful time. It's also a reassurance to you that you're not going to be betrayed. You're not going to be backstabbed. That period is also over. But this is also a card of recovery. So I feel like when you meet this person, they're going to be on, they're going to be coming out of the other side of a betrayal or something difficult that they've gone through. So that's good because it means that, they're on the recovery side of it, not actually in it. And at the bottom of the deck, we have the Knight of Wands. So very passionate. You guys are going to, probably have wild, crazy sex. And I don't know, maybe he has the 10-foot elephant penis that Aries was talking about, and maybe that's very satisfying for you. At the bottom of the deck, we have the Emperor. So that's badass. It could be Aries. So this person, they got their shit together. They could be a business owner. We also have Justice. They could be a Libra. So we have an Aries now, and we have two kings. We have Aries with the King of Wands. We have Justice. So that's Libra energy. I mean, on one hand, we could, we could say maybe there was two different people. I don't get it that it's two different people. I feel like it's two different elements of the same person. There's no cards here indicating that there's two different people, but I do have to mention it. I feel like the responsible thing to do is to mention that there's two kings. We do have Aries. We do have Libra at the bottom of the deck. But I don't. My intuition doesn't tell me it's two different guys. My intuition tells me this is the same person, and these are just characteristics and qualities of the same person. But I could be wrong. But it's all good shit at the bottom of the deck because we get from the Knight of Wands, we go to the Emperor. So this is a passionate connection. Somebody who's got their shit together with the Emperor. Somebody who's fair and just with Justice. They want to invest. They're not here to play games with you. Seven of Pentacles. They're willing to put the work in, go the distance. This is fate, destiny, with the Wheel of Fortune. So you were fated, destined to meet this person. The Magician, part of your manifestation. But this is also you stepping into your power, this person owning their power, and you both taking responsibility for the outcome that you seek. And at the bottom, and then after that, we have the Ten of Pentacles. This is the end all be all of everything in tarot. So this is your person. Whoever this is your person. And on the account that I'm wrong, that this is two different people, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's two different people and I'm wrong, it's not one person. You got the High Priestess. You're going to know. So it's not something that you're going to have to, it's not something that's going to confuse you. You're going to know which one of these two people is the correct person. So nothing to worry about there. So I'll pull one of these for you real quick. Sometimes these cards will give a time frame, sometimes they won't. I mean, the question was about, for the end of the year. So technically, you could meet this person between now and the end of the year because that was what the question was that you asked. But let me just get one card here and see for you. And then I don't know whoever is next in the list here. Oh. Okay. I mean, so just for context, I'm just going to show you really quick. I don't know the exact number of cards that are in this deck, but I think it's like 50. It might be 50 cards in this, 50 something cards in this deck. Excuse me. So out of roughly 50 cards within the next few weeks, so you can meet this person very soon. Like within the next few weeks is like November. You could meet this person very soon, according to this. Yeah. But as I always say, take all timing with a grain of salt. You're making him sound like a Virgo. Yeah. Every once in a while. Every once in a while you come across a good Virgo, a good virgin. You're so welcome. Thank you for always helping me and modding, being here for me, supporting me, my friend. Supporting my virginity. Andrea, you are up. Or actually, I'm sorry. Marwa is first, and then Brandon, and then Andrea. Also, for those of you that are just joining in, if you don't mind, please like, share, comment, subscribe, all the things. If you would like to skip the queue, you can do so in the description box. The information is in the description box. All right, so let's see. I guess we are to Sista now. So it looks like we've lost some people here, which is fine. So sister girl, if you're here, my friend, you can post your question. Can I get tarot cards for how Trevor feels about me? All right. Reaching for all the decks that I don't use normally. All right. How does Trevor feel about Sister Girl? Well, I would say that we got the Eight of Wands, so he definitely, like, I mean, I feel like there's like a fast relationship. Like, I think when you guys get around each other, it's kind of like it goes from 0 to 100, basically, which isn't a bad thing, perhaps. You know, I mean, it doesn't always have to be a bad thing, but yeah, he's definitely like motivated with the Eight of Wands to like to move very quickly with things. So I feel like, you know, if there's a downside to the Eight of Wands, you know, like there's a positive, negative, and everything. So the positive side, it's like, yes, there's that passionate desire and drive and motivation to, you know, to come after you. But on the flip side of it, Wands energy is always motivated by passion, and so passion is not reliable. So the Eight of Wands can have a little bit of a fling energy, right? So like one of the meanings to this energy is often like a fly by the seat, like a holiday romance, a fly by the seat of your pants, like a hit it and quit it. Like somebody flies in from out of town and you guys have this wild, passionate fling, and then they're gone, right? I'm not saying that that's what this is. I'm just saying that you always have to consider the other side of it, right? Because a lot of people will just tell you, oh yeah, the Eight of Wands is Cupid's arrow, and people, you know, there's all this passion and desire, and they just want you. And while that's true, they fail to mention the other side of it, which catches people off guard, because then they're like, well, the tarot person told me that they like me, they want to come after me, blah blah blah, and then they just slept with me and they left the next day. I never heard from them ever again. They ghosted me. It's like, well, that's unfortunate for the people giving the tarot reading who weren't being 100% honest with you. And this proves my point. So we got the Two of Wands. So this is somebody who, while they're entertaining you, they probably are entertaining somebody else. This is somebody who probably keeps their options open. You know, one wand is not enough, or one place to stick their wand is not enough. They like having another wand or another option there as well, because Two of Wands is about having multiple options. So let's see. So, and while I'm not going to put, I'm not going to bank on this yet, intuitively, I feel like this person isn't somebody who's just interested in just you. We'll find out if I'm right or wrong. So we're just getting into it. So. Yeah, I mean it's a fun energy, like for sure. We get the Page of Wands here. So this person is exciting. I think you guys, you're in their energy. Like you guys have a polarity and excitement. There's definitely passion, but it's a very immature energy. Like it's, man, I hate to say this, but I feel like I get more like horny teenager vibes. Like this person is probably more motivated by their wand, if you know what I mean, than anything else. We got wand, wands, wands. Like this whole reading so far is wands. And then we have this, and this is the card that I would not want to see, which is the Five of Swords. The Five of Swords is, it's conflict, self-sabotage, but it's also somebody who's self-seeking. So this person is only thinking about themselves. The person in this card is not concerned with who they hurt, right? If they hurt your feelings or, if they do something to you that you don't like, they don't give a fuck. They don't care how you feel. They're doing them. This person is only concerned with themselves in this energy. Now, on the other side of this could be just maybe you and this person aren't getting along. There's a fight. There's conflict involved, what have you. But I don't feel like that's what it is. I don't think I'm not picking up like a fight type of energy here. I feel like this is that person being more selfish. Now, with that being said, we do have the Lover's card, and the Lover's card is also a card of choice. So I do feel that despite the energy here with this person, I do feel like there is a polarity. So whether he is consciously aware of it or not, I think that he does realize that he has a connection with you that's different. But with that being said, he also is keeping his options open because the Lovers is plural. It's a card of choices. And if I was to add a third element or a third layer of perception into this, I would say that the universe is telling you to be careful balancing, like putting heart over head decisions, like making balanced decisions in terms of like heart-based decisions here with the Lover's card, because the Lover's is also representative of like the heart chakra. And so it's like, if you get too infatuated with this person, then you may project things onto this person that they're not. And so you've created this whole fantasy reality and projected an identity onto this person when they're not that person. And so while you project this false reality upon them and you're not seeing them for who they are, you create unconscious expectations. And so you're thinking that this person is this and that, it's going to become this, it's going to become that, and maybe they're going to treat me this way. You start to create this whole illusion and fantasy surrounding this person. And then then eventually this person is not going to live up to those expectations. It's going to burst your fantasy bubble, and then you're going to be devastated by it. That's the best way I know to explain. So it's a gentle warning, kind of saying, hey, it's not telling you to not entertain this person, but it's saying be careful of how emotionally invested you get in this. And it would be wiser for you to see it for what it is. Like if this person, if you have let me give you an example. If when you hang out with this guy or you meet up with this guy, you guys get together and it's just passionate, mind-blowing sex, and you fuck each other's brains out all night long, like, and you know that that's all that it is, then okay. Like, it's cool. No problem. At least you're being honest with yourself, and at least you know that this is all that it is, and it's never going to be anything more. Right? Just like in the back of your mind, it's like he's probably seeing other women, he's probably fucking other girls, he's probably getting somewhere else. But hey, whatever. I don't care. I'm getting mine, and when I'm with him, I enjoy the time that we have together. I enjoy what it is for what it is. I don't expect it to ever be anything else. I see it for what it is. In my opinion, that would be the healthy way to approach a situation with a person like this. That's just my extra 2 cents. But let's see what else. Let's see what else comes out. King of Swords could be a Libra, Gemini, or Aquarius you're dealing with. So yeah, this person is not, especially with the Five of Swords here. This person is probably emotionally avoidant. So they're not the kind of person who's probably going to have an emotional connection. Like they're probably an avoidant attachment style, basically. If I had to guess, this person doesn't get attached through sex. Sex is just sex. It's passion. It's pleasing. It's pleasure for them. This is not somebody who's like, oh my God, I'm so in love with you, and that's not their energy. Yeah, now we're got to the... Oh, man, I'm trying to be positive. Now we got the Three of Wands. So there's two energies attached to the Three of Wands. Let me get the card that fell on the floor. Yeah, it's not terrible, but it's not great with the Moon. It's not terrible, but it's not great. I think you're dealing with somebody who's got a lot of issues. I'll just say that. But the Three of Wands, so we have two energies attached to the Three of Wands. The first energy attached to the Three of Wands is also tied to the Eight of Wands. And just like when I said at the beginning, the Eight of Wands had two energies, well, those same two energies are applying to the Three of Wands. On one hand, when he's with you, there is an energy where he wants, the passion is motivating. He has a passionate connection with you, and it's enough passion to motivate him enough to spend, I don't know, I guess to have sexual encounters with you or whatever it is that he's giving you. There's enough there for him to be motivated to give to you what he's giving to you. However, I think he's giving it to other people too. There's multiple wands here. We got the Two of Wands here, and we got the Three of Wands here. We have the Moon, which is things that you don't see, things that are hidden, but it's also fears, illusions, and the suppression of emotions. So yeah, this guy probably doesn't feel a whole lot of emotions. He's probably suppressed them. But there's a lot of things here that you're not realizing. There's lots of secrets. There's lots of things that are illusions. You don't see everything clearly with this guy. And he's not telling you everything. There's a lot of things that you don't know about that are going on here with this connection. And so just to name the energies, because I forget sometimes, we have Gemini energy with the Lovers, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius with the King of Swords, and we have Cancer, Pisces with the Moon. We have Aquarius here, Aquarius energy with the Fool. So the Fool is tied to the Page of Wands energy. It's just a major arcana. So this person, they have a very childlike and innocent type of vibe to them. They're very fun and free and flirty, and I feel like this person has you probably have a great time with this person. Like when you're accepting this relationship for what it is, I think that this is a very thrilling, exciting, a borderline addictive energy. We don't have the devil on the table yet or anything like that, but there is there is an intensity to it that it's very captivating. Very mesmerizing. It's like the energy pulls you in, where you're like, oh man, I just have so much fun. It's so exciting. It makes me feel alive. Like it taps into parts of you that you don't experience very often, which is why you want a more. And that's how most people are. Most people get stuck in their mundane ritual routine of life, and most people's lives are not very exciting. Most people's lives are actually kind of boring, and so they end up in a crazy, wild, enthralling connection, and all that excitement that they're not experiencing in their daily lives, ends up projected into the reality of this of a relationship like this. And again, I'm not judging it. I'm not saying it is good or bad or right or wrong. It's just a choice. Like there are people who, are polygamists. They're into open relationships. They have no problem being with multiple partners and open relationships or whatever. I'm not here to judge this as good or bad. I'm just here to do my best to portray a very balanced and accurate approach to the energy, showing you the good side of the energy and showing you maybe the negative side of the energy, and leaving it up to you to decide how to interpret it based on as unbiased of a representation as I can give, if that makes sense. So let me get a few more cards here. So if you're, I don't know, I mean, if the nature or the intention of your question, which I don't know because I'm not you, but if you're asking this question because you're curious to know if he had deeper feelings for you than what he's put forth or expressed, or maybe you're just curious, like, does this guy have deeper feelings for me than just having fun and hooking up? The answer so far is no. If that's kind of what you're looking for. So yeah, then we have the Death card. Now we have Scorpio energy. So, I don't think that this relationship's going to go anywhere. I don't think this relationship has longevity. And I just got my confirmation. This relationship is probably a karmic relationship for you. It's meant to teach you something. There's a lesson here for you if you want it. I don't think it's going to go anywhere long term with the Death card being here. The Death card is also about transformation. It's about, hey, I had to go through something that was not necessarily enjoyable to become and realize a better version of myself as a result. And then we have the Knight of Wands. This is him. The Knight of Wands is a player. The Knight of Wands wants freedom. The Knight of Wands does not want to be tied down. They're not going to commit. There's nothing you can do to make this guy commit to you, if that's what you're wanting. I don't know if that's what you want or not. But the implication of your question makes me think that you're inquiring to know if there's more here than just sex, passion, fun, and a good time. But that's not. That energy is not coming through at all. We have the Sun, and the Sun confirms, again, on the good side of things, the Sun confirms that this person does bring you a lot of happiness. It's very fun. It's very enjoyable. It's an exciting experience to have with this person. So on that side of the coin, he does bring a lot of happiness and excitement into your life, and that's undeniable. On the other side of the coin of the Sun is the illumination part of it, which is the lesson. Like, what have you learned, or what are you learning as a result of this relationship? Because I don't know how long it's going to last, but if and when this relationship, fleeing or whatever it is that you have, ends, there is going to be a lesson here. The Sun shines or illuminates, brings revelation to the thing that you need to learn here. It's also the card of Leo, so he could be a Leo, or maybe he has Leo in his charts. So now, we have Gemini, Scorpio, Aquarius, Cancer, Pisces, Libra, Gemini, Aquarius, and then we have Leo energy. All right, a couple more here. Yeah, Eight of Cups. At some point, again, Eight of Cups is walking away unhappy, dissatisfied, unfulfilled. This could be you, or this could be him. This could be you finally realizing, like, hey, you know what? he's not going to give me what I really want, and so you walk away, or you stick around until he gets tired and bored and worn out from this because he's squeezed all the juice out of this relationship with you, or this fling, whatever this is. He squeezed all the juice out of it, and then he's bored, and then he wants to move on to the next exciting thing, because that's what the Knight of Wands does. The Knight of Wands squeezes until he's gotten all the juice that he can for the squeeze. And when the juice isn't worth the squeeze for him anymore, he's out. He's done. He's gone. And he makes no apologies about the effects or the consequences that it has on you, how you feel about it. He doesn't give a shit. That's the Five of Swords. This person doesn't give two shits about the consequences of his actions. He doesn't care if you get hurt. He doesn't care what happens to you. He's going to move on, and he's going to do whatever the fuck he wants, and he's already doing it because he's probably already banging multiple people. It is what it is. So, one more card. Like, I'm grasping at straws to turn this into, trying my hardest to turn this into something that's got like a silver lining. Like I'm trying like give me a card with a silver lining. Page of Swords. Immaturity. We got Page of Wands, and now we have the Page of Swords. So yeah, I mean this I mean, unfortunately, no matter how old this person is, they have the immaturity of a 10-year-old. They have the emotional and mental maturity of a 10-year-old. But this is also why they're so fun to be with. They're like Peter Pan syndrome. This person had never grew up. And so when you're with them, you get the fun and excitement of being like a kid with them, but you also get the immaturity that comes with being with a kid. And that's exactly what this. And look, at the bottom of the deck, we have the Tower. So it's like, there's no silver lining here. I mean, you get a Tower. It's like, if the Death card wasn't enough to say, hey, this shit's gonna hurt, because again, the Lovers is here, and I think that you are starting to catch feelings for this person, whether you realize it or not. I think that's why you're asking this question. Is because, you know, you're hoping that maybe that there was more, and this guy does not have anything more to give you, and nor does he care about your feelings. So you got the Death card, and now you have the Tower. So whoever this person is, at best, and I have to be honest with you, at best, this guy might be just a good time, at best. And there's a saying, what's good for your whole is not good for your soul, right? Like if you're a woman, that's what this is. What's good for your whole is not good for your soul, right? So, you know, I'm sorry that I can't. There's nothing else I can say like that. The cards are the cards, right? But this Tower, I will say this in closing for you. This is a warning. This was like a strong enough warning here with the Death card. This is like the severe warning with the Tower. The Tower is basically a warning that if you don't take precautions in protecting yourself, then you're going to end up getting really, really fucking hurt. So it's like a warning saying you do not have to go through an unnecessary amount of pain by getting trauma bonded or whatever this is with this guy, falling into all the passion and the excitement and the sex and the chemicals and all the things, right? Because it's going to hurt. That's what the Tower was saying, is if you don't know how to pull yourself out of this and pull yourself back, you're going to get hurt. And it's not like a little hurt. This is like, it's going to blow you up. you're gonna hit rock bottom. That's what the tower is. It's obliteration. It's a nuclear bomb, right? You're not there yet, so I don't want to freak you out. This is like, which is why I said it's a warning. But I do have to be honest with you and say, you have been warned. Like, this card is telling you. It's like with all the hurricanes in Florida. You know, if you wait until 3 hours or an hour before landfall, you're fucked. You've had days, like weeks in some cases. You knew this storm was coming. You were warned. That's what this is. It's telling you, you have a chance to get out of the way of the worst of this and protect yourself, protect your peace, protect your heart, your emotions. But if you don't, you keep flirting with this, it's gonna bite you. So I have to be real. Gene, you hit the nail on the head, babe. Self-love. Self-love. Respect thyself, love thyself. Never lower the standard of who you are based on experiences you have with other people who betray themselves. Man, I am digging this song. All right, we're crushed. Where are we at here? All right, let's see. You're so welcome, sister. Thank you for joining me. I'm sorry that I probably didn't. I'm sorry that the reading probably didn't come out the way you were hoping. Maybe, I don't know, but I'm the kind of person I would accept the warning. I tend to lean when I get readings. I tend to lean more on like, tell me what I don't see coming. Like, tell me what I'm not realizing. Show me the landmine. Show me where the potholes are. Show me where I'm being stupid. Show me where I'm fucking up. Like, I want to know the not obvious things. Those are the kind of readings that I like to get, because then it helps me have more clarity and more self-awareness about what's real and what's really going on, so I can navigate my life in a way that's actually beneficial versus navigating life the way that I think that it should be. Because how life should be, based on my perception, is not how life always is, right? And that's just something you learn from experiencing life. But okay, has Rakesh found out about the extramarital affair of Indu? All right, let's find out. There. Well, Gene, being a prude is not always so bad. so far it's like a maybe. I'm trying to get it to tell me a definitive yes or no, but so far the Hangman and the Five of Pentacles, this is a strong maybe. These cards up here are just for my for me to just relate to anything that comes out down here that I see that relates to anything up there that might be beneficial for me if I feel that it's necessary. But it does help me see the energy of where this person is. I definitely feel like they're stuck. Yeah, I feel like they're stuck waiting for some. I feel like they're stuck waiting for something to end, or they're trying to get out of something. So like maybe that's why they're having the affair, because they feel like they're stuck. Like there's an obligation here. I would be really surprised if the Ten of Wands did not come out. But I can sense it. There's an obligation here. And it's coming through with this Lover's card. So I don't know if this is like one of those things where it's like, hey, you know, we're doing it for the, I'm staying in it, I'm doing it for the kids, or maybe they come from a traditional religious background and they don't want to deal with the guilt or the shame or dealing with the criticism of other people that might give them shit for actually just ending the relationship or ending the marriage that they're in. I mean, there could be kids involved here with the Six of Cups, but we get the past and the past here. So I just feel like they're in a, whatever this is, it's like, I mean, this happens sometimes. I mean, all this stuff on the table is telling me about their situation. It's not answering the question that you're asking. Which this happens sometimes. Sometimes the cards are like, I'm not going to answer your question. I'm just going to tell you what's going on. And right now that's what it's doing. It's not telling me if this person knows about the affair. It's just telling me about why their marriage isn't working. Well, they regret whatever. I mean, there's a lot of regret and guilt here. A lot of fighting. I mean, yeah, wanting to leave, wanting to get out of it. Six of Swords. The World, wanting to get out of it. The Five of Pentacles, wanting to get out of it but stuck in it. Hangman, wanting to get out of it but stuck in it. Knight of Swords, wanting to get out of it. I mean, that's, if I had to summarize everything on the table, is wanting to get out of it but feeling stuck in it. But there's no, let me try, all right, let me try these. I just made these. I haven't used them in a live reading. These are actually handmade, so we'll see. We'll see if I can get some messages here. Do they know about the extramarital affair? Yes or no? So there could be a fire sign. Could be a Sagittarius involved. Doesn't have to be. Learn, grow, adapt, get more information. That's the hangman energy. Yeah, the marriage is over. It's done. Death card. They just haven't gotten out of it yet. This is saying to be careful, use caution, be careful. So, if you're involved in this situation with this person, you need to be careful because it could have consequences. This person's situation could bleed over into your life, and there could be consequences that you don't need to get involved with, potentially. Still not telling me, though, if this person knows about the affair. So I'm going to assume maybe. Everything is a maybe. They might know about it. We have a fire female now, and we have Sag here, so I don't know. There could be a fire Sagittarius female involved somewhere. Well, we have fall. In the northern hemisphere, we have just entered fall. So something is happening now. Work needed, improvement. Just talking about their relationship. Yeah, ego, fear, self-preservation. So someone's still hanging on out of self-preservation, which is that fortress energy. Hangman energy. They know this marriage is done, but it's not telling me yes or no. I don't know. This is like never happens. Like this is never. I've never had a reading. I don't even know how long the last time. It's been so long I don't remember. But the universe is literally not answering your question. It will not answer your question. It will not give me a yes or no, a direct yes or no. It just keeps talking about the marriage, the situation. Well, what do you want them to know? What do you want them to know about this? All right, we got the sun, which is knowing the truth. Focusing on yourself, focusing on your happiness. Yeah. So the advice here for you is you need to focus on yourself. You need to focus on your happiness. You need to focus on yourself and not this. The universe doesn't want you to know what's going on here. The truth is going to come to light eventually, though. The truth always comes to light. So it doesn't matter if this person knows they're having an affair now or whether they find out later. The truth is going to come to light. So one side of the energy, the truth is going to come out. The other side of the energy is it doesn't matter when the truth comes to light. It will come to light. And the universe wants you focused on yourself and not focused on all this shit. Because this is you. Maybe not even just you. There's multiple people in this right here. This Nine of Swords. Completely just this whole situation is consuming everybody involved with negativity, stress, anxiety, turmoil. This whole situation is a complete shit show. And you don't need to get sucked into it. What else do they need to know? Yeah, the Three of Pentacles is here. So this is just confirmation that yes, obviously there's multiple people involved, but again, this also a card of needing to get help, or focusing on yourself and being careful who you communicate with during this time, who you surround yourself with, the community that you're surrounded with. which was part of the warning that I gave you a second ago. Like, you need to be careful about how you using caution, this card right here, because if you're not careful, the situation, whatever this is, will bleed over into your life, and you're going to end up having problems that you could have avoided. So the universe is trying to protect you by saying, hey, you need to back off, and you need to leave this situation alone, right? It's not your monkey, not your circus. You need to back away from this. Because if you stay involved, you keep putting your energy and injecting yourself into this is going to come back and it's going to bite you in the ass. And that's what is implied part of the Three of Pentacles energy here. And look, at the bottom of the deck, we have the Devil. And this is why it'll bite you in the ass, the Devil energy. The situation is toxic. Right now, in its current form, it's toxic. So, the truth is going to come out at some point, but you don't need to be focused on this right now. The universe doesn't want you, it's not answering your question. It's telling you, hey, you don't need to be involved in this. You don't need to know what's going on. You need to stay out of it. And you need to focus on yourself and let this person deal with the situation, or whoever is involved. If it's not you, then whoever is involved, whichever way this is going. But this marriage is done. It's just a matter of time. That's what this is saying. Timing. The timing is saying it's just a matter of time until it's done, over, and dead. Hence the Death card. This it's over. It's just, people do this. I don't know why people do it, but they do it. So this person is just writing it out, staying when they know it shoots. It's long, gone, dead, and over. I mean, I guess people have their reasons. I couldn't do it. I'm not gonna stick around, waste my time in my life in a relationship that's dead. But that's me. I know that was probably karma is a bitch. Oh, okay. So this wasn't about you. This was about somebody else. Then just reverse the roles, apply the reading to the other person. If it's not you, then it's them. However the roles work in the situation. And then you would be correct. Karma is a bitch, and they're definitely getting their karma. Okay, who do we have left on the main list? You're so welcome. And for those of you that are still here, if you haven't already, please like, share, and subscribe. I will try to get through the last of the readings. And apparently I need to do a better job at learning to be quicker. My quick is still not quick enough. Kathleen. 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 Are you here? Holy shit. Did I just see Lisa DeYang? Is my Lisa here? Did Lisa slip in the back door and I didn't see her? Paula, are you still here? Paula was here for a while. Andrea, who's here? Roll call. You can hear the sound of my voice. All right. So, okay. Paula, what is your question? And then I will get Andrea right after you. All right. Will you find an apartment soon? Will Paula find an apartment soon? Yes, I'm gonna say yes. But you may need to change the way that you're searching. The answer is yes. We see that here. Get the Six of Wands. That's victory, success. The Knight of Pentacles is here, telling me you may need to change your approach if you want to speed things up. Because the Knight of Pentacles is typically like it's a slower energy. So you may have to work a little bit harder because the Knight of Pentacles is also a card of routine, like doing something again and again. It's like your daily routine, right? Like Six of Cups here is you may like. There's a few energies attached to this. Like you may need to revisit some places that you've already checked before. Like if you've already been looking at places in the past and they didn't have any openings or any availabilities, or they said, oh, we don't, we're all booked out, or like go back and check some places you've already looked at because they may have an opening. Even if it was something you just looked at, like something could change literally overnight. Like you'd be like, well, I called a place today and they said, we don't have any available. Well, tomorrow, call them back and see, right? And if it's not them, go back through other past places that you've checked, because this is basically saying, hey, go back and revisit something, right? There might be an opening in a place that you've already looked where there wasn't anything available before, but it's saying here that, you know, with the Six of Wands here and even the Nine of Pentacles, you could probably find something. Another message here, maybe like a gentle warning. Not, and when I say warning, take that word with a grain of salt. But it's a gentle warning here with the Nine of Pentacles saying, hey, just be careful about what you can afford, right? Like, don't either, like, two things. Like, don't get suckered into like someone trying to sell you into an apartment that's over your ability to pay for, or whatever that is, right? What's the other thing I was going to say? But also be careful of just your own spending habits, right? Like, if you can't afford something and you start to play that the inner dialogue game, you're like, well, if I pick up more hours, if I get a second job, then I can, like, you might find a place that you really like. It's got all the things. The Nine of Pentacles, it's kind of bougie, it's really nice, but it's out of your price range. But then you start playing lawyer. You're like, well, it's out of my price range, but if I get another job and I pick up some more hours and I do this, I could probably come up with the money, and I really like this place. Like, be careful with that. Like, that's just a gentle warning there. And I'm not saying that you would do that. I'm just saying that there's a gentle warning there. But to answer your question, yes, you will find something. You just may have to change your approach to the way that you've been looking, the places you've been looking. So it's just saying, stay persistent, stay consistent, keep after it, and maybe go check back in with some places you've already checked that, before they didn't have an opening, or whatever the situation is. There could be something there for you now. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Your credit score doesn't matter. And I know that because of this. If this was like the Five of Pentacles or the Four of Pentacles, if there was, there's lots of, if this was in reverse, or like the Seven of Pentacles in reverse, there's lots of cards that could show up here that would indicate that you're going to have a problem. But there's no energy that's showing that there's a problem. So don't worry about your credit score. And I'm not saying that, obviously credit scores aren't a thing. I know they are. I'm saying that the universe is telling you not to worry about your credit score. Yeah, well, don't worry about being homeless. Just have trust. Do your part. Let the universe do its part. Have trust. I know it might be getting down to the wire, and the temptation might be getting very, very afraid, very scary. But I feel confident that if you just keep searching, even if it's all the way down to the last minute, the last second of the last minute, something is going to come through for you. I really feel that. Okay, Andrea, are there any messages that Carlos the Leo wants to say to me about our relationship? Does he want to hear from me? All right. All right. Yes, Carlos does. Now, let me preface this, Andrea, and say that I don't know. I'll check here in just a second. I don't know that he's going to say this, but at the very least, he's thinking it. Okay. So, first of all, destruction. Something happened in your relationship. It blew up. The relationship didn't work out. So, something happened between you guys. Destruction. Next card, not in alignment. So, you guys, either at that point in time, perhaps even now, are not good match for each other. This card is saying you're not in alignment with each other right now. Now, however, we do have second chances. So he does want or would like to have a second chance, or he's at the very least he's thinking about it. It's in his energy. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what the background or the story is, but there is an energy within him where he would like a second chance. Now, however, at the bottom of the deck we have not now. So it may not be the right time for you and him to come back together, which would make sense with the not aligned. So the not now card and the not aligned card is saying right now probably isn't the best time for you guys to try to come back together. However, the second chances card is here, which indicates that, there is an opportunity, a possibility for that to happen, or at least he has a desire. So what else? What else do we need to know? Yeah. Right now, it's a timeout. So we got the Four of Swords. The Four of Swords is saying the same thing as the Not Now card. It's right now is not the time. It's time for you to go focus on you. He needs to go focus on him. You guys need to heal. You need to take a time out. You guys probably aren't communicating right now. You guys are probably obviously not talking. You both need to heal from whatever happened. Here's Judgment. There's the second chance card. So now we have the second chances, resurrection twice. So that's a double confirmation of a potential reunion. So I would say that more likely than not, 75-80% chance that in the future you could hear from him. You might have a second shot with him. Okay, this makes sense. So this is why your relationship with him is not in alignment and why there was destruction. The devil. Now, he could be a Capricorn. It doesn't matter. We also have Scorpio here with Judgment. But again, it doesn't matter. Your relationship was toxic. Something happened that was toxic as a result of this devil. And until that gets taken care of, this isn't going to happen. You guys need to be in alignment. And so the timing is not going to be right until this devil energy gets addressed, whatever that is. Could be devil energy within you. Could be devil energy with him. Could be devil energy within both of you. Yeah. Right now, Six of Wands in reverse, which is defeat. I'll read the advantage, disgrace, being, or ill will, basically. So, yeah. Right now, it's not good. You guys need to take a time apart with the Hangman at the bottom of the deck. You guys both need to gain a new perspective of the relationship, of yourselves, the part that you've played in this relationship. You need to put yourself in each other's shoes. You guys also need to release and let go of things that you brought into the relationship that no longer serve you. The Hangman is like, you will stay stuck in this tree. You'll be stuck in the Hangman tree until you release and let go of things that no longer serve you. And as a result of releasing and letting go of things that no longer serve you, that is what gives you the new perspective to do things differently. You become a new person as a result of what you've learned. And until you get a new perspective on whatever those things are that you need to learn as a result of whatever happened, this reunion probably won't happen. So it's contingent. This relationship is contingent, or let me put it this way. The potential possibility for a second chance or reunion is contingent upon what you and him do. Now, obviously, you can't control what he does. So, but we know that he wants to at least come back to you, because that was the question we asked up here with the second chance when the second chances came out. So all you can do is cross your fingers and hope that he's working on himself while he's apart from you. Now, on your side, since you are the only thing that you can control, you need to be using this time to work on yourself and becoming the best version of you. So that if and when he does come back around and you guys do get a second chance, then you're a different version of you. You're a new you. You're a new person. Okay. So to answer your question, yes, I think he wants a relationship with you. Let me get he wants to reconnect with you. Let me give three of these cards real quick, just to see like what his feelings are. Just 3 quick messages. Yeah, so we have the express your love card here. So I think that this is gonna like, if and when you guys come back together, this is like you guys not holding back. You guys learning how to be vulnerable and tell each other how you really feel. That could also be the way that he comes back to you. He may come back to you pouring his heart out, potentially. Yeah, healing family issues. So you or him or both of you brought shit from your past into this relationship, as I mentioned. And as a result of your childhood traumas and your childhood woundings, which everybody has at some to some degree, until those things are healed, then you're just gonna have the same outcome. Like even if you do get back together, you're gonna end up having the same outcome. So a lot of healing needs to take place here. One more card. Yeah, right now it's time for separation. The separation card is here. So it's just a repeat message of everything. And at the bottom of the deck, which says pay attention to the red flags, which again is just saying, hey, there was a reason that there was red flags, which is the devil, which is tied to unresolved trauma, unresolved healing issues. And right now, you need to be apart. So not now, 4 of Swords and separation. So you have 3 cards here. Triple confirmation that right now is not the time for this. Healing needs to happen. And so if you heal and you resolve and you fix whatever this devil issue, devil energy is, then this probably won't happen. Even if he does come back, even if you guys do reconnect or you try to reconnect, it's just going to blow up all over again. So, instead of focusing on if and when he'll come back, focus on what you need to do to heal so that when he comes back, and if you guys get a chance together, there will actually be a chance for you guys to go the distance and for something healthy and something positive to come as a result of that reunion. Because right now, the cards are saying you're not ready, he's not ready, and nothing good is going to come from this. Right now. Later, if you do the work, that's a different story. Okay, where was... Okay, who's... I don't even know where we're at now. It's... You're welcome, Andrea or Andrea. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but you're so welcome. Okay, I think we're getting to the end of the list. Yeah. Okay, so Oh, wait, wait, wait. Oh, I'm so lost. Let's see. All right, so I'll do the three last ones. So, Angel, Brandon, if you're here, and Simone. So, Angel, Brandon, and Simone. And then I get to sleep. So, Angel, what are Rob's current feelings towards me? We're both Leos. Rob's current feelings towards you. I'm gonna say Rob is he's got trust issues. He's not letting go. He hasn't let go of something from the past. He probably hasn't let go of you. There's obviously been some type of trauma, heartbreak, or heartache here in your relationship. There either has been secrets or he believes there's been secrets, one or the other. So at the bare minimum, there's been trust issues, or not. There's been dishonesty. Now, there is, he is kind of visualizing or hoping that maybe something might change in the future here. The bottom of the deck, he feels the loss of this relationship, or maybe he regrets losing you in the relationship. I don't know, depending on how this works or how this is resonating for you or whatever's happened. We have the not now card here. So things are probably not moving forward. They're probably not going to move forward anytime soon. Now, at some point, this could come back to life with the renewal here. It's possible, but I feel that this is more like saying a renewal is needed. I don't really see much happening here. I think obviously the lost card indicates that he does obviously have emotions for you and feelings for you, because you wouldn't mourn something or somebody if you didn't care about them. So if you didn't have feelings for somebody, you're not gonna care that they're gone. And he clearly cares that you're not in his life. What else? Okay, so there could have been other, maybe Seven of Cups. There could have been other options involved, other people involved here. If it's not that, then this is just somebody he's very confused right now. Maybe he doesn't know what he wants. Or maybe he's just dreaming and fantasizing about maybe one day we can get back together. There's several energies that could apply to this Seven of Cups. Judgment is here. So yeah, this is like, the thought of either feeling like he's going to be judged, like he's going to be punished and judged for whatever, or, this could be, again, the potential that at some point in the future, he hopes maybe you guys can work it out and come back together. What else? Okay, so he does have feelings and emotions for you. The Knight of Cups is here. The Knight of Cups is love. I mean, the dude has feelings for you. So if you're wondering if Rob has feelings for you, the answer is yes. Rob has feelings for you. Which, like I said, I already knew that because the Lost card is here. At the bottom of the deck, we have the Page of Cups, which is tied to the Judgment energy, which is, you could hear from him at some point. He may come to you. He may apologize. You guys, there is a possibility for reconciliation of some form, but I don't think that it's going to be anytime soon. I think if it happens, it'll happen in the future, but you guys need to heal yourselves and work on yourselves first. Like something needs to change within you guys before this can come back together in the future. Does he think about you? Does he care about you? Does he miss you? Does he love you? Does he have feelings, emotions for you? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Rob does have feelings for you. But just because somebody has feelings for you doesn't mean that you and that person need to be together. At least not right now. If you care about somebody, sometimes the best thing you can do is lean into the separation. And if you do so intentionally, it can have great results. You know, the whole point of separation is to heal, grow, and overcome. Okay, Brandon. I was watching for over 4 hours waiting for my turn before I fell asleep and missed my turn. Okay, well, Brandon, if you're here and you have a question, you have a chance to... Okay, after a difficult breakup and my grandfather passing, one afternoon I saw 77 on my digital clock and my right palm was itched every day since. Does this mean big money is out of my way? What's that mean for Brandon? I don't think that this is about you getting big money. I do think that this is about you learning the spiritual lessons about what all you're going through, because you're being redirected. All right, your life is meant to go onto a different direction. Now, this is interesting. All right, so I'm going to just give you a quick little, kind of go through this quickly because there's a little bit of a story here. So here are the top cards, and then these are the ones that came from the bottom. All right, so I'm just going to kind of give you the storyline here. Now, what you do with this information is up to you. You know, how you choose to move forward and proceed as a result of what you see is up to you. So just understand that as you make choices and decisions, the decisions and choices you make are going to change the timeline, right? They're going to change the outcome. So just so you're clear, this is energetic prediction. This is not an absolute. So any choice and decision you make is going to affect everything that I'm about to tell you. So here's your breakup. Lovers, the love card came out in reverse. The next card out we have is travel. There's something you're meant to be moving towards or moving forward in. This could be literal. This could be metaphorical. It could be both. Maybe you're meant to travel. Maybe you're meant to move, go somewhere else. Maybe there's some opportunity you need to go pursue. If it's not, then this is about your spiritual journey, okay? There's something you're intended to master here because of the mastery card, spiritual mastery. So you need to figure out, I'm getting told you need to start doing research about figuring out like what your life path is. Like if you don't know what your life path number is in numerology, figure out what your life path number is. If you prefer astrology, go do some research on astrology and figure out about yourself. If I were you, I would do research on your north node. Figure out what your north node placement is and figure out that. So your life path number in numerology, or your north node in astrology, or you can, there's lots of systems out there to figure out, to give you clues about what your spiritual purpose is. But there's something here you're meant to master. So, and it's not something I feel like you're aware of. The next card that came out is family. So obviously, this is just saying that, family's been your focus right now because of the things going on in that regard. Then we move over here to building. This is where things get interesting. So this building card is implying that there's something inside of you. There's a vision, a dream, a goal. There's something inside of you that you're not either unconscious of, that you're not aware of, or maybe you are, but you haven't taken it serious and you need to start moving in that direction. So this travel card is tied to this building. There's something inside of you that you need to start working on and pursuing. All right. So it's tied to your calling and your destiny in life, which we see here with the fated destiny. Now, so those are the top cards. Now at the bottom of the deck, we have conquer. So this is saying, hey, there's things that you need to learn and grow from here. You have some hurdles, obstacles, and challenges that you need to overcome. And all the things that are happening to you right now are part of lessons that you're meant to learn. This is the lessons card. All right. So if all you take away from the back-to-back unfortunate situations that you're going through is that, man, life sucks, it's hard, it's difficult, then you're missing the lessons. Because right now you're being handed a lot of spiritual treasures, or what I call treasures in a pile of shit. And if you've been here for 4 hours, you probably heard me go on about all this. So, or maybe you didn't because you were asleep. That's fine. You're awake now. So you're meant to overcome some challenges that are tied to lessons that you're meant to learn. What you're going through is all part of the plan. Destiny, the wheel of fortune. Everything that's happening is happening for a purpose, and it's here to help you grow and become the spiritual person that you're meant to become. How do I know that? The sixth sense is here. So this is you becoming spiritually aware. You're not using your spiritual gifts and you're not using your spiritual talents at the level at which they exist within you. You have spiritual gifts and spiritual talents within you that you're not tapping into. You're a spiritually powerful person, and as you lean into the spiritual, and as you learn and grow and adapt and evolve and all the things, you will become more spiritually tuned in to what your spiritual gifts are. So, and this card is also telling me that right now, despite the chaos that's happening in your life, this is a very, very spiritual time for you. And that's where the 777 comes from. Because the number 7 is the card of intuition. It's the hermit energy in tarot. 7 is mystical. So if you, it's about soul searching, spirituality, knowledge, wisdom, all of that. So if you look up the meaning of the number 7 in numerology, it'll show you. And that, so when you get triple sevens, it's saying you need to focus on something in the 3D because the 3 sevens is about the 3D. You add it all together, you get 21, which is 3, right? So you can also look at what the number 3 stands for in numerology, which is about creation, networking, creating, your creativity, expansion, growth, communication. So about using your spiritual gifts to create and manifest things. So the 777 you're seeing is related to, it's a time of spirituality. And so the universe is trying to get you to understand that right now you need to go inward and look and understand and view your current situations through a spiritual lens. Because if you just look at it practically, you're going to be like, my life sucks. Everything's falling apart. Nothing's working. Nothing's going the way that I expect. When actually it's not true. What you don't see is that this can actually be a very exciting time and that things are about to get very exciting for you. But the excitement won't come if you don't lean into the lessons that are meant to teach you your spiritual mastery so you can tap in and tune into your spiritual gifts. Because something is going to click for you. You're going to have a moment, a profound spiritual moment, a big aha, a big revelation, something's going to happen where it's all going to hit you and you're going to be like, holy shit, I get it. The minute that it happens, you unlock this. You unlock the excitement because all of a sudden you feel empowered, you feel inspired, you feel motivated. Everything starts to make sense. Life is not happening to me, life is happening for me. Then you can start moving with the travel energy towards the things you need to be doing spiritually as part of your spiritual mastery. And look at this, second chances. I think your girlfriend's going to come back around at some point, and she's going to want this new you that you've become, because she's going to get curious and go back, well, what's been going on with old Brandon? You know, what's going on with old Brandon? Well, old Brandon's living the life. She's going to see you living the life and seeing you in your new excited energy, and she's going to want to come back, and she's going to want a piece of the new you. Now, whether or not you want her back as the new version of you is up to you, because you're going to be moving into a time of celebration. And here's the money. Here's the jackpot. You're going to hit the jackpot. You're going to hit it spiritually. You could hit it literally. So when the cards were initially coming out, there was nothing here about coming into money, but I take it back. At the end of your reading, you do have the jackpot. This could be literal. This could be metaphorical. But it doesn't matter. Whatever this card represents, whether it's literal money or whether it's just happiness and fulfillment, it doesn't matter, because you have excitement, you have celebration, and you have the jackpot. But these cards, these three cards, I should say, are almost separate from the rest of the reading. I mean, they're not, and they're part of the reading, yes, but they're separate in the fact that, again, it's what I said to you before I started doing the reading, that this is just a forecast. It's a prediction. It's all based upon the decisions and choices that you make moving forward. So assuming that you make the right decisions and choices, you learn the spiritual lessons, you lean into this time, and you don't misunderstand it for just being bad luck or, oh man, my life sucks right now. You put your spiritual lens on, and you tap in and you tune in, you use your spiritual gifts, and you go, okay, what do I need to learn from this? And you come out the other side of this as a new version of you. Then you have these good, amazing things working for you. A time of excitement, a time of celebration, and a time of abundance. So much so that your girl from the past, she's gonna notice. She's gonna be watching, she's gonna be noticing, and she's gonna be like, well, damn, I didn't see that coming. You know, I didn't see Brandon leveling up and becoming this badass. And when you become a new badass, a new person, she sees it and is like, well, damn, now I want him back. So the way that I would summarize your reading, Brandon, is plot twist. Right now, the story looks kind of bleak. It's kind of shitty. Everything seems like it's going against you. Plot twist, right? The whole thing goes 180. Well, I didn't see the plot twist coming. Well, there you go. But you control the plot twist. So, you have some amazing things. You have some amazing things coming to you, towards you, and even if you don't take her back, it's fine. It's just there in the energy. But what's more important than obviously the breakup of your relationship is who you're becoming. This is the most important card. What this energy represents for you is the most important energy. You're meant to master, become this, lean into your life path, lean into your North Node, lean into your power as a spiritual person, whatever that spiritual gift is for you. When you start leaning into that and learning that and pursuing that, everything's going to change for you. So it's actually a really good reading. There's just, you have a level of responsibility, as we all do, in manifesting the outcomes that we seek. So as long as you do your part, the universe will do its part, and you'll get the outcomes that the universe is saying or predicting that you'll have. So for me, it's a really good reading. Like I would take that reading if I was if I was going through a similar situation as you. I would be excited about that. You're welcome, my friend. Thank you for waiting and sticking around, man. All right, Simone, you are going to be my last. So Simone, if you're still here, you can ask your question. I am happy to do a quick reading for you. And then I am off to bed. Appreciate all you guys being here. Also, for those of you that are left, if you don't mind, liking, subscribing, and all the things. Simone Taylor, if you are here, I am happy to do a reading for you. You will be my last if you are here. All right. I appreciate everybody hanging out with me tonight. I love all you guys. Stay tuned and keep your eyes on the channel. I do go live every once in a while, spontaneously, and I would love to see you guys come back. Enjoy your weekend. Happy 10/10 Portal. Happy Libra season. Happy birthday to all my Libras out there if you're listening. And you guys have a wonderful, wonderful, blessed night and week.